At this time, the court calls State of Wisconsin v. Stephen Avery, case number 05CF381. We're here this morning for a continuation of the trial in this matter. Will the parties state their appearances for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, the state appears by Assistant Attorney General Tom Fallon, District Attorney Ken Kratz, and Assistant District Attorney Norm Glen as special prosecutors for Manitowoc County.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorneys Jerome Buting and Dean Strang appear with Mr. Avery, the defendant.
All right. I will indicate for the record this morning, as usual, I met with counsel in chambers before we began to discuss the agenda for today. Is there anything either party wishes to address on the record outside the presence of the jury before we bring in the jurors?
Nothing at this time from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. We'll bring the jurors in at this time. You may be seated. And Mr. Fallon, are you going to be questioning the state's first witness?
I am. Thank you.
You may call your witness.
State would call Special Agent Ron PEVYTOE.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is RODNEY PEVYTOE. PEVYTOE.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, the Division of Criminal Investigation. I'm assigned to work in the Arson Bureau of that unit.
And how long have you been employed for the Division of Criminal Investigation, Wisconsin Department of Justice?
It should be 27 years next week.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 30 years.
And prior to joining the Department of Justice, what law enforcement experience have you had?
I was reserve deputy with the Marathon County Sheriff's Department.
I'm sorry, Judge. I can't hear the witness.
You'll have to get a little closer to the microphone.
Could you repeat that, please?
I was a reserve deputy with the Marathon County Sheriff's Department in Wausau, Wisconsin.
How long have you been assigned to the Arson Bureau?
It'll be 25 years next week.
What types of cases does the Arson Bureau involve themselves in?
Our primary emphasis is the investigation of fires and explosions that occur in the state of Wisconsin, determine their cause, and assist in further follow-up criminal investigation if it's warranted.
Approximately how many fire investigations have you been involved in your years of experience in the Arson Bureau?
I don't have an exact number, but I can say it's easily in excess of 800.
Of those investigations, do you have an idea for us approximately how many of them involved a death?
The best estimate I could give you is approximately 100 individual incidents, and some of those would involve multiple fatalities.
How does the Arson Bureau typically get involved in a case?
When there's a fire or an explosion, we'll receive a request from either a fire chief or a law enforcement officer to come there and work with them in making determination as to the events that occurred there and assist them in further investigation if warranted.
And where are you currently based?
I work out of northern Wisconsin near Eagle River.
Tell us about your educational background. Do you hold a bachelor's degree?
Yes, I do. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Wisconsin in Oshkosh.
And approximately when did you receive that degree?
1978.
Do you hold any certifications as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I do. I'm a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin.
And do you belong to any particular associations which are pertinent to the field of fire investigations?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Association of Arson Investigators in Wisconsin chapter, as well as in the international chapter. And I currently serve on the board of directors for the International Association.
And approximately how long have you been associated with the International Association of Arson Investigators?
Be 25 years next week.
Do you have any estimate as to approximately how many members worldwide are in this international association?
I believe that the total is somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 right now.
Are there any certifications that are awarded or provided in conjunction with membership in the International Association of Arson Investigators?
The International Association of Arson Investigators has a certified fire investigator program. You don't have to be a member of that association to earn that accreditation. but they do have a program to certify a level of competency in fire investigators.
All right. Have you received such a certification from this association?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you held such a certification?
I believe it's 22 years now.
Are you currently still certified by the association?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive training in arson investigation of fire investigations and explosions?
Yes, I do. It's an ongoing basis always.
As a result of your 25 years experience in training and certifications, are you familiar with the concepts and cause of origin of the fire?
Yes.
Are you capable of recognizing possible human remains which have been damaged by fire as a result of your training and experience?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the concept of accelerants and their role in the cause and origin of fire?
Yes.
Briefly, what is an accelerant?
An accelerant is typically either a fuel or an oxidizer that's added to the combustion process to enhance it. Most of the time we think of it as ignitable liquids, but it's not necessarily always that.
All right. What are some of the other forms that an accelerant may take?
Well, in a solid or in a gaseous form.
All right. Directing your attention to this particular case, how did you get involved in this investigation?
Well, on November 9th of 2005, I received a telephone call. I was working on a case in northern Wisconsin. And during that telephone conversation, I was requested to come down to Manitowoc to assist in the investigation of the scene.
And that November 9th would have been a Wednesday, is that correct?
That's correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but I'm going to estimate it was approximately mid-afternoon.
And when you arrived, what was the first thing you did in conjunction with the case?
Well, there was a security checkpoint, so I checked in with an officer that was manning that. And then I went over to the command area, if you will, and I spoke to Special Agent Fassbender, who was the leader of that. And then I was introduced to Detective WIEGERT, who was also working on that.
After this briefing and introduction, what was the investigative step, if any, did you take on that day?
Just more or less got a tour of the whole situation there in order to make an assessment of any potential needs that would be required for further investigation on my part.
As part of this initial tour, did you have an opportunity for the area which has been previously identified as the burn pit behind the residence of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Tell us your initial observations.
Well, what was described as the burn pit is in back of a car or automobile garage there. It was a raised area of soil that had an indentation in it. That indentation, approximately 4 feet wide, maybe 5 feet deep, into that soil or mound or plateau area. And it had some darkened residue at the base of that. It had been covered up with a tarp prior to my arrival.
And did you attempt or begin any processing of that area on Wednesday afternoon, November 9th?
No, I didn't feel that the weather or the resources allowed it at that time.
Did you conduct any other investigative activity on that day?
No, other than just getting familiar with the scene and making an assessment of the needs.
All right. Directing your attention then to Thursday, November 10th in the morning, what was the first investigative task that you undertook?
Well, the first thing I did on Thursday was actually come here to Chilton to the Sheriff's Department, and I went and met with Deputy Reimer of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, and myself, along with Special Agent Tom Sturdivant. We did a re-examination of some char material that had been previously removed from the burn pit area.
All right. And tell us about that particular examination.
Well, in that examination, we set up some clean tarps brand new tarps underneath, elevated the debris so we could get very close to it and look at it, put some very bright lights on it, and try to identify as much as we could. And then began a systematic process of evaluating the material, going through it in an attempt to identify potential evidentiary items that may be in there.
Did you locate any potential items of evidentiary significance in your examination of the debris?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that.
Well, I encountered numerous items that I suspected were bone fragmentation. I also recovered something that I believe was part of a tooth, and then a couple other items that were a darkened mass, roughly the size of, let's say a golf ball, maybe a little bit larger, and I felt was charred muscle tissue.
And what did you do with these materials that you suspected to have evidentiary significance?
Deputy Reamer from the Sheriff's Department was present with me, and he was directly adjacent to me. So when we recovered the items, I literally just took them from my hand and handed it over to him.
Approximately how long did this process take?
Until about midday.
And during this process, were you assisted by anyone other than Special Agent Sturdivant and Deputy Reamer?
No.
After completing your examination of this debris, what was the next investigative step that you took in this case?
I went back out to the Avery property.
Can you estimate for us your approximate arrival time at the Avery property?
I believe it was the early part of the afternoon on Thursday.
All right. Upon your arrival at the property, what task did you undertake?
Well, after checking in with everybody there and going through the security procedures, I met with other agents from the Arson Bureau there. They went about some different tasks at the property, and then myself and Special Agent Mike Rent and Special Agent Jim Sealer, we conducted a re-examination of the burn pit area.
All right. And what role did Special Agent Rent fulfill on that particular day with respect to the burn pit?
Well, his initial role was to do some photography at the scene. And then once that was completed, or as part of that ongoing process, he did assist in the examination, and so did Agent Sealer.
And what did you do when you arrived at the pit?
Well, the first thing we did is we documented with photographs. And then there were some evidence technicians from the City of Manitowoc Police Department there. So I asked them to do a grid search of the perimeter of that raised soil area. And there were 3 of them there. So what I had them do in the grid search is they walked literally shoulder to shoulder. And they were to go in a crisscross pattern, one direction, then going perpendicular to it later. They were supposed to walk through the grass. If they saw anything that seemed out of place or they didn't understand, they were just supposed to mark it and not handle it. I gave them some flags that would be like you see for utility companies, a little flag on a wire, and they would highlight those areas and they would be looked at by Deputy Reamer. And if it was potential evidence, he would be taking it from that perimeter area, so to speak.
Now, with respect to the actual burn pit itself, what did you do there?
Well, maybe to back up a little bit, we didn't start with the burn pit. The next step after doing that perimeter search was to do the elevated part of the sand area, which was larger than the pit area. And then the pit was the last part of the examination process, if you will.
All right, tell us about that.
Okay, well, the first thing that we did when we looked at the elevated area, after some photography of it, is I established a path to walked into the area, noticed some areas that had some debris that had some potential interest that was up above. And I marked those with flags. I exited in the same route that I entered. And then we developed a plan where the 3 of us would begin to enter from the edge of it. In other words, going from the grass and working our way into the pit from the far side of the soil, the farthest distance from the burn pit, and we would start to pick up evidentiary items. The first thing we encountered was a doghouse there. So I crawled into the doghouse to see if there was any evidence there. We moved it out of the way. We eventually found, I think the roof came off of it. So we examined the doghouse, the chain, a few other things that were there to see if there was anything that of particular interest in that area. And then we continued to progress throughout the soil.
Did you find any interest in and around the doghouse?
Not in what I expected to be human remains, but we were in the process of taking everything that was there to ensure for its preservation.
After examining the doghouse and the elevated dirt pile, how did you proceed?
Once we completed that elevated area, we then proceeded into this depression that's been called the burn pit. I divided that pit in half visually, east and west, and we moved in from its perimeter, the edge of it, on our hands and knees and moved through that and removing items that we suspected would be evidence, and eventually removed all of the ash. It was like a caked, baked on layer of the topsoil right there. Actually crumbled that and sifted all the debris and then preserved and removed all of that from the same.
All right. Tell us about the material that you found as you began to examine the burn pit.
Well, there was this heavy layer of blackened soil. It kind of had an oily residue. There was some heavy black, dark charred material. Didn't look like cellulose or wood type charring, although there was some there. There were some different remains of, I think there was like a couple of hinges and like different metal parts that we could encounter in that process. And also we found some things that we suspected were some potential bone fragmentation.
And tell us about some of the other items. Did you find any wire or, for instance?
Yes, just off to the side of the burn pit, there was a large ball of intertwined wire that was present. And then there was also the metal remains of what I thought was like a back seat of an SUV type vehicle that had been removed and that also was burned.
All right. And tell us, was there anything noteworthy about the balls of wire that you found in conjunction with your examination of the pit area?
Yes, the wire is consistent with what I have seen in the past in other fires. And it's the wire that remains after steel-belted radial tires are burned. So we had this large groupings of oval-shaped wires, so to speak, that were all entwined. And in examining those, I noticed that there was some bone fragmentation entangled in the wires. So we attempted to photograph that and recover those items also. And eventually took the whole tangled wires and that rear car seat that I had mentioned.
All right. In your fire investigative experience, can you tell us whether steel-belted radial tires, do they burn?
Yes.
And is rubber considered an accelerant?
It can be. It certainly has. When we look at materials, we judge it by the amount of heat energy it releases. And in my definition, tires being introduced to a fire greatly enhances its ability to burn. It releases a lot more heat energy into it, and I believe that tires can be used as a form to accelerate a fire.
All right. Now, why did you take the rear seat of the vehicle? Why was that of some particular interest to you?
Well, first of all, because it was there, and it was in the crime scene area, so we removed that. And also, I didn't know if it would be matched up to a vehicle later on. And also, the seat itself may have had some impact on the way the fire burned. The foam rubber on the seat, once the seat covering is removed in a combustion process, the foam rubber also burns with great intensity.
All right. Approximately how long did the processing of this area take?
Several hours, because we went into the hours of darkness that day. I wanted to, once we initiated the process, I wanted to complete it. So we brought in a generator and several sets of large floodlights to illuminate the area. It might have been as late as 9, 10 when we completed.
Okay. With the items that you suspected of evidentiary value, what did you do with those items which were collected from the area?
Deputy Raymer was again accompanying us in this examination. His role was to take any items that we seized as evidence, and then he was the evidence custodian for that process.
All right. Upon completion of your work on Thursday, November 10th, did you return to the area on Friday, November the 11th?
I did.
What were your tasks to perform on Friday, November the 11th?
Well, there were some other areas of the property that needed some examination and evaluation.
And what areas were those?
Well, there were several spots. The first one was an aluminum smelter that was part of the junkyard operation. There was an outdoor wood boiler at the property that we looked at. And then there were several areas. There was a campfire pit in the backyard of one property, and some other areas where some debris had just been discarded at different times. We were looking at that.
Well, let's take a look at these one at a time, and let's begin with the boiler area. Tell us about that.
This wood boiler is a commercially made outdoor wood boiler that's used as either a supplemental or a primary heat source for a residence, or in this case, the commercial area. It's a large self-standing unit and has a large door. You open it up, and if you were to use it, you would ignite a fire in there. It would heat water, and then the water would be circulated for the heating process in a remote location.
All right. And tell us your external visual observations as to the condition of this boiler.
Well, the boiler, first of all, was cold. It wasn't warm, did not give the appearance of having been used at any time in the recent past. In fact, on the smokestack of the boiler, there was a 5-gallon bucket over the top of it. I assumed to keep the rainwater from getting into it at some point. We then opened the door into the combustion chamber, and it was filled with paper products that were unburned, as if items had been placed in there in the past. So as part of our examination process, we removed that unburned paper, looked through it, and then eventually removed all the ash that was in the bottom of it and looked through it. And then as the final step, I partially crawled into it with a flashlight to examine the area as best I could.
I'm going to have Special Agent Fassbender provide you some photographs for your examination.
Thank you.
I believe you are first examining it. Is it Exhibit 381?
Yes, State's Exhibit 381 is a photograph.
I'm sorry, is that 38 or 481? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, it's Exhibit 481. It's Case 381. So my confusion, I apologize.
Is that the boiler that you examined on Friday, November the 11th?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of how it appeared to you when you examined it on that day?
It does.
All right. Directing your attention to the large screen projection of that exhibit, does that accurately reflect the exhibit itself?
It does.
All right. Now, you mentioned something about a bucket. Is that depicted in this picture?
Yes. You can see a stainless steel smokestack on the boiler, and at the top of it, there's a white, I assume it's a 5-gallon size plastic bucket covering that.
All right. Upon making the observation of this particular boiler, what was the next step in your investigative process?
Well, we took some additional photographs, and then we began to look into the combustion chamber.
All right. If your attention then would be directed to the next photograph, Exhibit 482, is it?
Correct. 482 is an accurate depiction of the scene when I saw it. And that photograph is actually just a close-up, more so of the chimney.
All right.
On this unit.
Now, again, who was assisting you in this investigative process on this particular date?
Special Agent Rent was.
All right. Next exhibit, please. 483, I believe.
Yes, State's Exhibit 483 is a photograph that is an accurate presentation of the boiler unit when we opened up the door.
All right.
And that shows the unburned paper products that we found in there initially.
Upon your examination of the inside of this boiler, what did you do?
We removed these paper products and examined them.
All right. And next exhibit, please, 484.
State's Exhibit 484 is an accurate depiction of the side of the wood boiler.
Exhibit 485.
State's Exhibit 485 is a photograph we took, and that is an accurate depiction of the boiler unit after we removed the ash from the bottom of it. It's a gray cellulose type ash.
All right. Tell us about the removal of the ash from the boiler.
We employed a systematic process where we would remove it and examine it as we were placing it down onto this tarp. Photo editor doesn't look like it's showing the whole bottom of the photograph, at least in this depiction. There.
All right. Why did you remove the ash?
To examine it.
And what did you do? What did you note? You said something about the cellulite content of the ash.
Cellulose.
Cellulose, excuse me. What did you mean by that?
Well, if you notice, the ash is very gray in color, much like you might get from the bottom of a fireplace after you use it for a long time. And this gray, very fine ash is typical of what I have seen from wood products that are burned in a relatively complete combustion process.
Now, with respect to that ash, was that all similar to any of the ash you found in your investigation of the burn pit area?
No, the ash from the burn pit was very dark black in color and almost more granular in nature. This was very almost powder, something like a talcum powder almost type consistency, if you will.
All right. Your next photograph is
States Exhibit 486. And that would be a photograph, and that depicts the internal part of that burn chamber on the wood boiler. And I believe you have it sideways. The left-hand side would be the top of it.
The left-hand side is the top?
Yes.
All right.
Rotate it clockwise. And that photograph there that's the inside of the boiler unit after we've removed the ash and remains, and that gray area in the bottom where the combustion takes place. And so we removed that, and then that's where I eventually got partially into and used a flashlight to examine and see if there was anything that we missed in there.
And in terms of your investigation of the boiler, did you find anything of evidentiary significance in your opinion?
No.
All right. What do you have next for your next exhibit, 480?
I see some photographs of the smelter unit.
All right. And is that where your investigation took you next?
Actually, we did the smelter before we did the wood boiler, but...
All right. Tell us about your investigation of the smelter.
This smelter unit was kind of an addition onto part of one of the buildings. It was just a partially enclosed area, and it was an LP gas-fueled unit, and it appeared by the stockpiles of stuff there. It was used to melt aluminum components from the automobile salvage area and eventually render down into ingots at some point. Into an ingot form.
By the way, how did it come to pass that you were examining the boiler and now the smelter?
I was requested to do so by Special Agent Fassbender.
And when you investigated the smelter, who assisted you in this particular process?
Again, Mike Rent, who is a special agent with the Department of Justice, was with me.
And the next exhibit you have there with respect to the smelter is Exhibit 480?
Well, I do have 145. I don't know if that's...
That's fine. 145. Do you recognize Exhibit 145? We're putting that on the screen. It's already been received.
All right. States Exhibit 145 is that smelter unit that I previously described. You can see some of the aluminum material in the background. At the very center of the photograph, the heavily oxidized unit is the smelter.
All right. And what's your next photograph?
487.
487. And Exhibit 487 depicts what?
That's a depiction of the back of the smelter unit. It shows where the fuel lines that feed the unit are. And there's a couple blower motors.
All right. And the next exhibit?
488.
488. And what is depicted in Exhibit 488?
That is the area where the material is introduced and melted.
All right. How was this picture obtained?
If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you see my foot there? In order to look at this smelter unit, I crawled up on top of it and was standing over it, looking down into this melting area, if you will. And I had Special Agent Rent hand me the camera. So I'm standing on top of it, looking straight down into this melting area, or melting pot of the smelter.
All right. Next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 489, it's again another photograph of part of that melting pot, if you will, of the smelter. This one shows 3 beer cans in it that are unmelted.
Again, was this particular photograph taken by yourself when you were on top of the smelter?
It is.
Next exhibit.
490.
And again.
Exhibit 490 is another photograph that I took looking down into the melting pot of the smelter.
All right. Next.
491 is similar.
This is another close-up of that.
Yeah. At one point, I reached down and moved some things around to see. You can see there's some like slag in the bottom and some heavy oxidized pieces of metal. So, because there were areas that were kind of out of direct view of up and down, so I had to lean at different angles to take the photograph and did it that way.
All right. And I note there are a couple of what appear to be pipes on one of the walls to the melting chamber. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, if you look at the top of that photograph, that would correspond to those blower motors that we saw in the previous exhibit, and that would be where they are forcing air into that area.
And your next photograph?
My next one is 493, and this is a depiction of the smelter. It's from the opposite side as the very first exhibit we looked at.
And your next?
Next one will be 494, and that's kind of into the entrance of where the smelter was, and it shows a stockpile of, again, what I believe to be aluminum automobile parts. I assume would be for future operation and meltdown.
And your last exhibit?
Final photograph is 495. And that's a photograph taken at a distance looking out to the smelter, and you see the LP tank that fuels that process.
All right. Did you make written documentation of your investigation regarding the boiler and the smelter?
I wrote a report on the boiler, and I forgot to write a report on the smelter.
Oh, okay. All right. Who assisted you in, let me ask you this. Was there anyone else assisting you other than Special Agent Rent in your examination of the boiler and the smelter?
No, Mike Rent was the one that was with me both times.
In terms of your investigation of the smelter, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
We removed no items of evidence from there.
And in your opinion, did it appear to have been recently used?
Not at all.
After your examination of the boiler and the smelter, what other investigative tasks did you perform that Friday, November 11?
There was just so we maybe separate for the sake of definition, it was a campfire pit in back of the Yonda property. And Special Agent Rent and I went over and examined the contents of that area.
And did you find any items of evidentiary significance in that?
We took some items from there just on the potential that they could be evidence of something. There were men's clothing that were unburned, heavily soiled with grease and oil.
Did you examine any other general debris area on that Friday afternoon?
One other area was examined.
What was that?
On the back of the defendant's property, at the very rear of the property, there was a sharp depression that went into what looked like an old quarry area, sand pit. Down on that hillside, there was just some debris that was located by searchers, and they asked us to look at that debris just in potential that it could have been something of significance to the investigation.
All right. I'm going to have Exhibit 86 displayed in a zoomed-in mode and ask if that might assist you in showing us where you examined this other debris pile.
This other debris pile that I'm just referring to this is the burn pit at the Avery property, and the debris pile that is actually a slope down that goes toward these automobiles, and it was on the slope right in this area that those items were discarded, and we examined them.
Did you find anything of evidentiary significance in the examination of that debris pile?
No, sir.
Directing your attention then to Saturday, November 12th, did you continue to assist in this investigation on that day?
I did.
And on Saturday, November 12th, who assisted you, if anyone?
Special Agent Ronald Evan was with me at a couple points.
And did you have the opportunity to examine other potential debris locations on that day?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what areas did you come to examine an area that's been referred to as the Redant Deer Camp?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about your examination of that area.
There were a couple burn barrels there, and we went there with the intent of examining those to see if there were any items that could be of significance. So we went through that and the immediate area around that.
And did you find any items of evidentiary significance there?
As I recall, there was one unburned bone. It looked like a steak bone that was there, but we did take that, just in the possibility that it could be important.
Now, there was another location for one of the Redant sand and gravel operation that you examined some debris.
I don't recall. I believe it was right at the trailer. There was a burn barrel there, and it was around that area that we were looking.
Okay. In terms of your investigation of these areas and items, you indicate you did recover some men's clothing. If you found anything you thought of significance, who was your contact with the Calumet Sheriff's Office for receipt of any information you determined of evidentiary significance?
That would be Deputy Reamer.
Now, in your examination of the burn barrels, I think you said your first task in this, well, let me ask you, did you have an opportunity to investigate or examine some burn barrels as part of this?
Yes, on Saturday the 12th, I believe it was. When I was done at the fire pit at the Avery property, I came back over to the sheriff's department, and there were several 50-gallon barrels that they asked us to go through.
All right. And tell us about those burn barrels.
Those barrels were here at the sheriff's department here in Chilton, and Special Agent Evan and I, along with Deputy Reamer, went to an area, and Deputy Reamer would produce a 50-gallon barrel and its contents, and we would conduct an examination of it. If we found anything that we suspected would be potential evidentiary value, we separated that from the barrel. The barrels were being retained for evidence, but we separated out things that might have been important and set them aside and gave them directly to Deputy Reamer for preservation.
Now, of those barrels, how many of them did you actually find anything that has some potential evidentiary significance?
I think only one barrel. We recovered some bone fragments at the time.
Now, those bone fragments which were recovered, how did those bone fragments compare with the fragments that you found that were sifted from the burn pit itself? Was there anything distinct in your mind about the condition of those fragments or the size of those fragments compared to those in the burn pit debris?
Yes, the fragmentation that I was finding from the burn pit was very small. Much of it was, in some cases, was the size of half your little fingernail, if you will. Most of the bones were very fragmented in there. Where the bones that were recovered from the barrel on Saturday, the burn barrel, they were of larger mass.
All right. In your examination of the materials from the burn barrel, did you find anything such as rivets or grommets or any other articles of clothing?
No.
In terms of your examination of the items from the burn pit itself, did you find any evidence of clothing such as rivets or grommets or things?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, during this process of the burn pit debris, we looked at several things that were small bone fragments, a couple dental fragments, as well as I recall at a later date in the examination where we were going through it, if you will, in a very fine, dedicated manner to look for small items. We recovered a couple brass-colored rivets that, like what you might see on a pair of blue jeans or jean-type clothing.
All right. And when did that occur?
That was in December.
And where?
At the State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And who else participated in the investigation of the debris on that day?
There were numerous people there. Dr. Eisenberg was there for a while, myself, Special Agent Heimerl, I believe Special Agent Rent was there. At one point, Special Agent Fassbender and Inspector WIEGERT were there. There were a couple people that were there for part of the process because I took multiple days to go through. It took multiple days to go through that.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence exhibits, I believe, 481 through 495. Apparently, we marked exhibit 492, and that's just a remark of, I think it was 145. So rather than duplicate the evidence, we'll just go with exhibit 145. I believe it was.
Counsel is correct on the duplication, and I have no objection to any of the tendered exhibits.
And we would pass the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. The exhibits are admitted. Mr. Strang.
Thank you. Mr. PEVYTOE, good morning.
Good morning.
You have a quarter century's training in arson investigation, sounds?
Yes, sir.
And really no training at all in archaeology?
You know, as part of the process of investigating fire scenes, especially in fatal fires, and we cover that, we duplicate a process that's much used by anthropologists. So in classes that I have had, we talk about the process that might be employed and how it actually compares to what an anthropologist or an archaeologist might do in a grave dig.
Right, in a burial site recovery.
Correct, and they are very similar at times.
But in terms of training in archaeology as a field, that's not something you have pursued?
No, I'm not an archaeologist. I'm a fire investigator, sir.
And not an anthropologist?
Nope.
There are...
Took some classes in college in anthropology, but I don't profess to have any extreme knowledge in that area.
Okay. There are some system similarities, though, in the burn sites recovery, burial sites recovery, that might be used in an arson investigation and in archaeology, as you say?
Correct.
Now, in an arson that results in fatalities, one or more deaths, you typically, in going into the burned area, would find the remains sort of where they fell.
Well, in most cases, sometimes they're moved in order to preserve them by firefighters or something from damage.
Yes, either moved accidentally by firefighters in the course of trying to extinguish the fire.
Correct. Or intentionally.
Or intentionally, again, to try to preserve the remains for arson investigators later.
Or if there is a question of life not being able to see correctly, obviously, they may remove a body.
Right. There may be emergency efforts.
Correct.
Obviously, to preserve life.
Right.
But typically, in your experience as an arson investigator, in the instances where the body has been moved at all, that's been by responding emergency personnel?
Well, I recall one case that comes to mind where I had some individuals that were murdered and they were moved. And then they were burned again. And then they were moved again. So I had some where a defendant or a perpetrator has moved body remains.
Okay, let's go to that. But you will recall that my question started with typically?
And typically, you're right.
So, as they say, typically then, the body is in place, untouched, unless responding emergency personnel have had some reason to disturb the body.
Correct. In most occasions, that would be correct.
Right. Now, you spoke of one instance where there was a murder and then an arson.
Yes.
Okay. And let's take that in order. This is not all that uncommon in your experience, to have a murder occur and then somebody set a fire to try to conceal the fact of the murder.
Well, I don't know what we say is common. It is certainly a possibility that people would use fire to conceal evidence of a homicide or something like that. Fortunately, I don't run into it as a commonplace thing.
If I didn't say, I meant to say it's not uncommon. You have had the experience in investigating arsons that you concluded were set to conceal a crime.
Correct.
Often that crime would be a murder.
Yes.
In these instances that you have investigated?
There have been times, yes.
Okay. And you described one prior experience where your investigation concluded that there had been a murder and arson, and then burned bodies were moved in some fashion. Again?
Correct.
And reburned?
Well, they were murdered, moved, burned, and then the incinerated remains were buried partially. And some were left at the original site and some were buried.
Okay. That was one case in 25 years.
Correct. And involved 5 victims, but yes.
And on that occasion, where the incinerator remains were removed and buried, okay? Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
You found the majority of the incinerated remains in the burial site?
Oh, correct. They were the large pieces because it wasn't a very good incineration process.
And smaller pieces were left behind at what you suspected as the original burn site?
Correct.
Less noticeable pieces, other than to a trained arson investigator?
I would say that's a fair statement.
That is, you have experience, unfortunately, I guess, or perhaps fortunately, as a law enforcement matter, of having learned to recognise charred human remains.
Yes, sir.
Remains that might not appear to be human at all to my eyes or to someone without your experience.
That's correct.
That is, for example, charred muscle tissue looks not much at all like muscle when it's been burned and dried and what you could call desiccated?
Probably, yes.
All right. So your eye picks up smaller remains that an untrained eye may not perceive as human remains at all.
That's possible, yes.
You don't, though, hold yourself out as someone with expertise in cremation, I take it.
I guess it depends on your definition of an expert. I do have education, somewhat, in cremations. I have gone and observed them and did some studies on because of my position in the Arson Bureau.
And when you say cremations, we're talking about a human body.
Correct, in a commercial application. Incineration is what I consider to be something that's done in the field.
Okay. And so you had some training in commercial cremation. You have obviously had job experience in what you were describing as incineration.
Yes, and education there. So I had education and experience in both.
You know that in a commercial cremation, the cremation will be accomplished in an enclosed container or burn chamber?
Within our culture, yes. There's other cultures that don't do it that way, but within North America, that's typical.
Sure, and that's a fair qualification. But let's use North America as the cultural setting here, not India, for example.
Correct.
Typically here, a commercial cremation would happen in an enclosed combustion chamber.
In a retort, it's called.
Yes, and by a retort you mean a closed chamber.
Correct.
All right. That allows for more intense heating in the sense that the heat is captured by the retort or the enclosed chamber.
Well, the heat levels were probably the same. It allows for better efficiency of the use of the heat.
And a cremation chamber typically would be fed by accelerants in some fashion?
Natural gas is the most common fuel product.
With lines going into the chamber, correct?
Depends on the manufacturer of the retort, but there are several avenues that the gas is introduced into there.
And then for combustion, you also need air to be introduced into the chamber?
That's correct.
Much in this very general sense, a little bit like the aluminium smelter you described for us here this morning.
And add an air to it or what?
Yes. I think you pointed out 2 pipes in one of the photographs of the aluminum smelter that you described as being attached to blower motors.
Correct.
That was to introduce air into the what you call the melting pot of the aluminum smelter.
That's what it looked like they were used for.
And then you also saw that there were LP gas or liquid propane gas feeds into the smelter.
Yes,
With the LP gas tank, 500 gallon, 1,000 gallon, whatever it was, outside.
correct.
And so, in that sense, the aluminum smelter was also enclosed, an enclosed combustion area when used.
Just partially enclosed. I think the top was open because that's how I could take the photograph.
Right, but it wasn't burning when you took the photographs.
That's correct.
And you would expect, in operation, one would close the top.
Well, it appears it could have been left open at times because there was some scorching to the area a little bit, but it certainly could have been covered at times.
Okay, I mean, at least the manufactured design would allow the top to be closed during combustion.
It looked like it. I didn't operate the furnace, so I don't know if there was any switches to prevent or whatever, but it had a cover that could be used. At what point, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And do you have a sense of the commercially common or standard temperature at which, again, a commercial cremation is conducted in North American culture?
Yes, most retorts are going to operate 16 to 1800 degrees. The temperature is going to vary because at some points there's fluctuations depending on the fuel and when the body ignites and becomes part of the fuel mass, and then there's a cool down process. But it's general operating range at times.
Very good. 16 to 1800 Fahrenheit.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm going to take you now and talk for a little bit about the burn area behind Stephen Avery's garage.
Okay. The burn pit?
Well, I'm going to talk about the larger area because I think you distinguished somewhat the area that was a pit or an indentation.
Correct.
From the overall area.
Yes.
Your first call on this case came on November 9.
Correct.
A Wednesday, I think?
Yes.
One of the things you were told that you were being called because some suspected burnt bone fragments had been found the day before.
I believe so, yes.
And there had been some work at that burn area, including the indentation you were told the day before on November 8.
Correct.
But now your expertise was being sought as an arson investigator.
As a scene investigator, yes. And I believe also because of some expertise in looking for bone fragmentation.
Very well. You actually began the process on November 10.
Correct.
About, give or take, 2 days after you understood bone fragments first had been discovered in the area.
That's right.
You did not have an opportunity to photograph the overall burn area, if you will, behind Stephen Avery's garage before initial recovery efforts had been made?
That's correct. I did not.
You had an opportunity to photograph it after and before you began any work, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you set up something of a contamination path?
Yes.
If you will.
That would be my typical procedure to do, just out of habit.
Habits in training?
That's just my habit. In fire investigation, we emphasize a systematic process of evaluation, and I try to continue that over into other things I might be called upon. And that's just part of my personal systematic process.
And what the path does for you, in addition, to being routine and systematic, is it allows you to keep to a minimum the amount of earth you are tramping on.
Correct.
So you are reducing at least the risk that you'll be stepping on, breaking, disturbing, destroying things that may turn out to be of interest later.
Correct.
And then you sort of worked from the outside in.
Correct.
You and here I'm going to use a royal view in the sense that I think it's Rinse and Sealer who are with you on the 10th.
Yes, sir.
At the burn area behind the garage.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the three of you start well outside this indentation area.
Correct.
And examine the area, I would say, east of the indentation, but on the overall was a sandy sort of mound you described.
Yeah, if you think of it as in the sense of a plateau, we examined all of the sand area except for the pit in one process or the indentation where the combustion had taken place.
Okay. You don't have to buy into this, and you can tell it's February and what I have on my mind. But in some ways, this area looked like a large pitcher's mound with an indentation or a notch in it.
A large pitcher's mound in it.
Right, yes. A very large pitcher's mound, but roundish in general shape.
I actually had the impression that it might have been a future building site, like it was a pad that you might eventually put up a building or a garage on, but that's just the impression I had from looking at it.
Sure. And it was roundish in general.
Yeah.
And raised in elevation other than the indentation that you have described.
That's correct.
So you examined the east sort of area of that burn area, we'll call it that?
You're going to have to forgive me. I don't know the compass direction as well. I think as far as geographical items, I think we started by the doghouse.
Okay.
And worked our way towards this depression of the burn pit.
You know, it may be helpful. We have all seen this quite a bit, but it may be helpful just to pop up an overhead. That's great. That will work just fine. This is a computer-generated...
Sure, I recognize it.
Schematic. Okay. Now, counsel can object if he thinks I'm wrong, but I think we have established that north is up.
North is up, okay.
On Exhibit 109, which is now up on the screen for you.
All right.
Okay. So if you will accept that?
I trust you for that, sir.
Okay. This is a pretty good schematic of the area you have described.
Yes.
All right. The doghouse then would be generally to the north at about an 11 o'clock position if we use the round area.
Correct.
And that's where you started.
Correct. We started up, if you use your terminology, the 11 o'clock position, worked our way in to where we could get centered, and then the three of us advanced. We would say directly south toward the pit and parallel. Each of us spread out and covering an area and overlapping.
So one of you west, one of you north and central, and one of you east.
That would be correct.
All right. And then just work slowly to the south.
Correct.
All right. You found nothing of any interest in this case in the doghouse?
No.
You did find some suspected bone fragments as you worked, though, south along the west, the central, and the eastern areas of that burn area.
Well, not really. And let me explain. When I first did this initial walk-in, I was standing up. And throughout that area, I could see in that elevated pit area, the pitcher's mound area, as you described it, sir, there were some small lengthy pieces of a kind of chalk white material, which looked very consistent with bone fragmentation, and it was scattered throughout this upper portion. However, as I started to get on my hands and knees and pick it up in that layer process, I actually realized that it was burned insulation from some jumper cables that were intertwined in the dog's leash. And this burned insulation, with the dog having moved around, it had fragmented that burned insulation, which had a coloration similar to bone. But on closer examination, we could see it was just synthetic material. So we picked it up, saying that just in the event that we could miss one single bone fragment somewhere in there, let's pick up everything. So we have it, and we'll let Dr. Eisenberg sort it out. But in the reality of it, I don't think we found any bone fragmentation in the elevated area when it really came down to it.
At least on the 10th.
Correct.
When you were out there working.
Right. We didn't see anything up in that top part.
Now, have you worked with Dr. Leslie Eisenberg before?
Yes.
Did you call her on the 10th and say, we could use you up here?
No, I spoke to her I don't know if I spoke to her on the 9th also. Either the 9th or 10th, I had several conversations with her.
By telephone?
Correct, by cell phone.
And you did not ask her to come to the scene?
No, I was describing the scene to her, indicated that the area where the mass of the bones in the burn pit had already been examined and excavated, and we opted not to do it at that point.
The mass of the bones, were those excavated by you?
No, this was in the first examination of the burn pit, would be those items that I examined at the Sheriff's Department on the 10th in the morning that had been taken out of the first examination.
Which is from this area. This is the indentation area you described.
Yes, sir.
So this was gone by the time you even got to the scene?
That's right.
What's this, if you know, intended to represent?
I assume that's that ball of wire.
Is that about where you saw it?
Yes. I recall them being to the right in that area. There was a mass of wire, probably about, I'm just going to estimate, so big around. Well, the size of a passenger car's tire, but there was a mass of multiple tires there entwined.
It looked to you like more than one tire?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, but all on the same area?
Well, no, there were fragments of wires in the burn pit also. So there were broken pieces of steel belted radials in the burn pit. And this was the one accumulation in entirety there.
All right. By the burn pit, the grey area?
Grey or black, it looked like to me.
Okay.
But in the burn pit, there was short lengths of fragmented wire. When you burn these tires, the rapid oxidation of fire also compromises the steel. And in some cases, they can be, with mechanical force, broken. And you find pieces of the steel belts in the pit.
Fair enough. And those broken pieces in the pit, though, were by far the smaller quantity?
Yes, the mass was that ball.
Right. And that mass, if from more than one tire, at least was all intermingled?
Correct. That's what it appeared to be.
These are, you presume, steel, since they come from steel-belted radials?
Yes.
They had a highly oxidized appearance, though, to your eye?
Correct, which is consistent when they burn.
Yes, and by oxidized, I mean rusty.
Correct. Fire is a process of rapid oxidation, so frequently we see iron or steel that's been exposed to fire rusting quickly.
Yes, and that's where I was going. Fire actually increases the rate of oxidation?
By its definition, it is, yes.
Because fire goes because of oxygen.
Fire is a rapid, self-sustaining oxidation accompanied by the evolution of heat and light in varying intensity.
So, in very common parlance, you will get more rapid rusting when iron or steel are submitted to or subjected to fire.
Many times, yes.
To your eye, this mass of rusty steel wires from the tires appeared to have bone fragments intermingled with them?
Correct.
You could draw to conclusion from that about how the bone fragments came to be intermingled in the wires?
That's correct. They were intertwined in there to the point where I actually had to physically, so to speak, separate and try to recover. They weren't right on the surface, easily removed, but they were into the depth of the wire at times.
And you can think of possibilities of how that might have happened. One would be that a body had been atop an intact tire at the time that both were burned.
That's one possibility.
That's one possibility. Another possibility would be that the tires already had been burned at some earlier time and the body was atop that layer. That's the second possibility.
That's a possibility.
A third possibility would be that bone fragments, after the body was burned, not on top of the wires, bone fragments could have been moved into the wires or tossed into the wires, somehow disturbed, so that they were introduced into the wire mesh you have described.
That's a possibility, yes.
And we probably could go on, but the reality is you can't narrow down to any one of the possibilities we could identify.
That's correct.
Neither could you assign a time frame within which the rusty steel wires that you saw were burned.
That's correct.
You could not assign a time frame within which the bone fragments or suspected bone fragments you saw were burned.
Correct.
This area was cool, wet, even cold when you examined it on November 10th.
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, the burn pit or the grey or black area itself had been excavated before you got to it?
Correct.
By others?
Yeah, Beth said the loose ash was removed from that area.
And so you and Rince and Sealer, I don't mean disrespect, but it's special agents, all of you, found nothing you thought was human in the brown or sandy area here.
That would be correct, sir.
Likewise, you found nothing you thought was human in the grass area around the perimeter that you described asking deputies to comb in a grid fashion.
Correct.
Now, by a grid fashion, you don't mean that you actually laid out a string grid.
No, their search pattern was to go shoulder to shoulder and walk north-south, and then they walked east-west over the same area after they completed it, so that they are crossing it twice. And we call that a grid search pattern.
And did they place any of those little flags?
Yes.
They did. Did you examine those things then with Deputy Reamer?
Some of them, I believe we did. Most of it really was not related to debris.
Right.
But we asked them and said, if it wasn't a blade of grass, mark it. We'll search, sort it out.
Decided none of it was of evidentiary value.
I think Deputy Reamer would have to say what he took or didn't, but there might have been a few pieces that we took just to make sure.
Okay, but there again, the grass area, especially south of the burn area, as I'm calling it, that also had been examined and things had been recovered, it was your understanding on November 8th or 9th.
November 8th, I believe it was, yes.
You described later in December, I'm going to relate this to the burn area, going through debris from that burn area. I think it was in the crime laboratory, you said?
Correct.
Is that right, in December of 2005?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through debris in the crime laboratory in December 2005 from areas other than this area behind the garage?
Yes.
That included one of the burn barrels from behind the Yonder property.
I believe we did some examination of burn barrels. At that time, I don't know where the barrels are. I just know that it's barrel, shall we say, barrel A or B or whatever. But
right.
We examined multiple things over the course of several days.
Do you remember whether you went through debris from what we've called here the quarry pile? And if that doesn't make any sense to you because you weren't here.
You're right. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay. We have identified had identified for us a site that was, I don't know, somewhere southwest of the Avery property altogether, in or near the Redant property to the south.
Okay.
Is that a site you went to?
At one time on Thursday, maybe on Friday, I went to multiple sites, not to examine them, but to check on the welfare of my fellow agents who were doing those sites. So I didn't participate in those areas, but it's possible I may have stopped and asked if they needed some water or assistance or special tools to complete their job.
All right. I'm just going to pop up here an exhibit 402 and see if this is just a schematic diagram.
Okay.
All right. But again, north is still up in this to get you oriented.
I believe you.
And you see the There's a little box there that shows the Avery residence and the garage area.
Okay.
Okay, so the little red utility flag symbol, as you described earlier, that's what's been described here as the quarry pile site. Do you recall now whether you got down there?
I couldn't tell you. It's entirely possible I may have stopped to just check on my agents, but I can tell you that I did not search that area. I looked at one site Saturday morning briefly, but I don't believe that's the same site that's being depicted here.
And you never searched here?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Neither do you know whether you looked in the crime lab garage at debris from that site?
We looked at a lot of debris at the crime lab. Some of the debris had rocks in it. Whether that's specifically that one, I don't know. At that time, we're just saying this is item A, item B, and we're searching it. Nobody had said this is the quarry site as you described it now, so I can't tell you if I searched that or not.
Sure, but what you can say is that in going through this debris very carefully on the tarp, one of the things you were looking for were rivets.
Well, any artifacts of clothing and rivets would be part of that.
Fair enough. Did you personally find any rivets?
I think there were 2 found, and I think Kevin Heimerl found one. I thought I found one, or Kevin and I were next to each other and we saw one. So, yes.
Whether you found it directly or not, you got an eyeball on at least a couple of rivets, if I understand?
Sure, because I remember we cleaned them off and got a magnifying glass to try to read it.
All right. These were brass?
They were brass colored.
Brass coloured, okay. You have no idea what the actual metal was?
No, a lot of times that's just a wash surface on there and not, the surface color is not typical of its parent metal.
Sure, okay. But whether a magnet was helpful or not, you don't know. But in any event, that was the process.
Well, I had used magnets on there. When we did that examination, I have a real large, foot-long oval-shaped magnet that we pass over that area first to remove sometimes those broken wires from the steel belt of radials.
Sure.
And other things. The rivets weren't found in that process. They were actually found visually, so I don't believe it was a ferrous metal.
Right. If these things weren't ferrous, iron, or steel, they aren't going to attach to the magnet.
That would be correct.
But you looked very carefully through the debris and were able to find 2 or 3 rivets that you were aware.
Yeah, I thought it was 2, but...
Okay. You also were looking for the larger button that there might be as a waistband closure on a pair of pants?
Well, we were going to look for any type of artifacts that we could find.
From clothing, period.
Clothing or human remains.
You found no larger brass-coloured button from, a blue jean closure at the waistband?
Not that I recall.
Is that something you think you would recall?
Well, if I found it, I would have, yeah.
Mr. Strang, can you tell me how long you think you might need yet?
I have a ways to go, and this would be a fine time to break.
Alright, let's take a morning break at this time. Members of the jury, do not discuss the case or this morning's testimony during the break, and will resume when the break is over. You may be seated. Counsel, see you in 15 minutes.
Alright, thank you.
Mr. Strang, you may resume.
Thank you. We were in the basement of the crime lab somewhere when we left off. Maybe it wasn't the basement, but it was the crime lab.
All right.
You were going through materials in different places on tarps, and if one of those was one of those items or areas that you were examining on the tarps was from a burn barrel behind the Yanda house, you wouldn't know that other than by the property tag number or whatever it was that identified that debris.
Correct.
You had no opportunity to see the burn barrels behind the Yanda house before they were disturbed?
Correct.
But you did testify on direct examination that there you saw suspected bone fragments from a burn barrel behind the Yanda house later?
I believe my testimony is that if you are referring to the examination of Saturday the 12th, that we examined some barrels, whether that barrel was from behind the Yonda house or not. But one of the barrels we looked at, there was some bone material in it.
You looked at a total of 4 barrels, or was it more?
4 sounds correct.
Or what you were sure of is that only one of them had bone material in it?
Yes.
That's bone material, and it's Saturday, November 12th, and we're in the Calumet County Sheriff's Office now, correct?
Yes.
Examining material there.
Yes.
So the barrels have been transported somehow to the Calumet County Sheriff's Office, obviously?
Correct.
There's been a sifting process?
By myself or previous or...
If you know.
I don't know what happened to them. All I can tell you is that when I got there, the barrels were there. We removed the contents and went through them.
Did you actually remove the contents from the barrel?
Yes.
Okay. Did you sift at that point?
Much of that debris was too big to sift. Our screens are 1/4 inch in size, so...
Okay.
I don't think any of it could have been sifted. The debris was so massive.
Would it have been on tarps on the floor?
Correct. We would lay a clean tarp down and then go through it. And then I think we would wrap all the material up from the barrel in that clean tarp and then place that into the barrel as a way of making sure that we were recovering everything we looked at.
Okay. In spreading the material from the barrel onto the tarps, you did this with caution?
Yes.
I mean, to avoid further breakage of whatever might be in there.
Yes, some of the stuff, at least initially, I believe the barrel was upright and we were just hand removing it, so to speak.
Okay. Again.
Yes, yeah.
Again, for good cautious handling.
Correct.
Spread it out on the tarps carefully.
Yes.
And the things that you identified as possible bone fragments from one of the barrels, you thought, in general, looked larger than, in general, the suspected bone fragments from the burn pit behind the garage had looked.
Correct.
Now, obviously, there's some variation in size in bone fragments from both places.
Correct.
And these aren't uniformly sized pieces by any means.
No, you're correct on that.
But taking it on the whole, it looked to you like most of the fragments from the barrel were a bit larger than most of the fragments from the burn area.
Well, from the barrel, as you're describing it, there were only a few bones recovered. I don't know the exact number. It might have been 4 or 3, something like that. It was certainly single-digit numbers. From the burn pit, there were, tens of hundreds found a small fragmentation, and probably by the end, in the high hundreds of small fragments.
Well, and we have had Dr. Eisenberg, so we have got, a better sense of what she eventually identified as human as opposed to non-human bone. So I don't need to try to get numbers out of you.
Okay.
Okay. But in general, little bit bigger bone fragments from the barrel than from the burn area.
Yeah, they were noticeably larger.
Burned in both cases.
I believe, yeah. They looked like they had some thermal exposure.
You have had experience, obviously, as an arson investigator with burnt human bone.
Yes.
From sort of light burning on through complete incineration?
Yes.
You know that as human bone, becomes progressively more burned or charred, it becomes fragile.
Yes, and it shrinks and you get some spiral fracturing of it as you go.
Right. It shrinks because you are losing moisture.
Right. The fire dehydrates the body process as part of that incineration.
Exactly. And so you will get some spiral fracturing of the bone all on its own.
Correct, and some shrinkage of the bone.
Which again causes breakages.
Yes.
But beyond that, once the fire is out, you know that those pieces are fragile once burned or calcined.
Right.
Part of the reason for the care with the contamination paths and getting down on hands and knees and the grid system of recovery.
That would be one of the reasons for doing it in that manner, yes.
The bones in general, which you saw in the burn area, looked like they had been subjected to additional breakage, to which the bones in the burn barrel had not.
There were smaller fragmentations, so yes.
The work that you did in the burn area ultimately, not ultimately, but later, after you had gone through for all items of possible evidence you could see, it included actually removing that picture's mount, so to speak.
Yeah, other agents did that, but yes, that soil area was examined.
Examined in the sense of a backhoe was brought in or a skid steer or something?
I didn't participate in that, but yeah, there was a skid steer or bobcat type excavator that was used.
Okay. This stuff was dug out, gathered somewhere for further examination?
Correct. Where we had removed all the foreign debris from that area, then that area was exhumed to see if there was anything interned in the soil.
Did you later have a chance to participate in the examination of all that soil?
I didn't. Other agents did.
All right. You don't know what, if anything, was found in there?
I wasn't there. I was examining these other areas on Friday. A couple of times I did come back to that area to talk to them to see if they needed additional resources, but I wasn't an active participant in that.
All right. And so this area you described is really looking like a possible future construction site, something like a pad that a building might have contemplated. That area just gets swept clean, essentially.
Yes, it was exhumed and examined and then deposited elsewhere.
You were asked, and I don't remember, I think it was the 11th of November, which would have been a Friday. You were asked by Special Agent Fassbender to look at some other sites on the General Avery Salvage property.
Correct.
One of them was where debris had been slumped down, sort of off the south edge of the yard, behind Stephen Avery's house, into what has also been called the pit here, where the cars were stored.
Correct. As I showed you in the one exhibit, that area, yes.
That's just turned out to be junk of no interest.
Correct.
Another area was the wood furnace.
Correct.
Now, does the 11th sound, am I recalling your testimony right, that this was the 11th?
Yes, the Friday, the 11th.
All right. So about 11 days, 12 days, after you understand that Miss HALBACH had been to the Avery property to take photographs of a van.
Correct.
At that time, you found the wood furnace cold to the touch?
Yes, it was.
All right. This was obviously the first third of November.
Correct.
It had been sleeting and raining and doing all kinds of things at various times during the 11th or 12 days?
That's what I understand. It didn't do that while I was there, but it was cold a couple times while I was there.
It wouldn't surprise you that a furnace would be cold to the touch if it hadn't been used in a day or two, perhaps? Sorry. It wouldn't surprise you that a furnace would be cold to the touch if it hadn't been used in a day or two or whatever.
I guess the one thing with that unit, it holds multiple gallons of water. And I would think that water would retain heat well after the fire was out for a period of time. At that time, I don't know, but I think if it had been used in the recent past, it still might have some temperature in it because of the size of that boiler and the amount of water it would have contained.
In the water?
Correct, in the water chamber. That's the principle it works on.
And the water chamber is where?
It surrounds the combustion chamber.
Okay. And that's your understanding was it was used to heat some of the commercial buildings for the business?
I think so. It has underground lines, so I didn't follow to what they went to, but
whether the heat was on in the pole barns or whatever buildings it was intended to heat?
That I don't know.
The smelter also was cold to the touch?
Correct.
or, ambient temperature, so to speak?
Yeah, it didn't seem to have an unusual temperature.
Right. By ambient temperature, I mean just to the touch. It was consistent with what the air was.
It seemed so. I didn't take its temperature, but
I understand. I understand you didn't take its temperature, but about how. Let's back up just a minute. You simply forgot to make a report about the smelter, didn't you?
correct. I should have added a couple sentences to one report and made a special report. We made a photo log and took the photos, but it was a mistake on my part.
And I'm not here to beat you up about that.
Oh, thank you.
In fact, I'm trying to throw you a line a little bit in the sense that I'm going to necessarily, you are going to have to go off your memory
Okay.
on the smelter here, other than the photographs,
All right.
which are similar if you want to take a look at them. Okay, actually, maybe we will. This area this one will do as well as anything. Which one is that?
This is exhibit number 490.
Okay.
This exhibit is one of those that I took looking down into the melting pot, if you will.
Yeah, that was
The smelter.
by the melting pots. We could call it the chamber.
Sure.
We could call it the combustion area.
Sure. It's where the metal and the heat come together to form a liquid.
Right, exactly where it's intended to melt aluminium, right?
Appears to be so.
So it appeared. And you saw transmissions and parts like that stacked up outside the smelter building.
Correct.
Transmissions are aluminium?
I believe that they are.
They looked aluminium to you in any event. And this chamber, you stood on top and took a photograph down into it?
That's correct.
Correct. About how high up was that? Was the edge on which you were standing?
I'm not real sure. It took me something to climb up onto it, and that's why I asked Mike Rent, the special agent with me, to hand me the camera. So I'm going to estimate it was 4.5 to 5 feet.
Let's go at it this way. From your observation in the smelter, did the open top that you are looking down into, did that appear to be the way at which one would, toss in the things you wanted to melt?
Yes, it looked like the product would be introduced through the top area.
So, however high it was not so high that someone couldn't, sort of throw the transmission in or whatever aluminium.
I don't know how they use it, but it looks like things could be loaded into the top, yes.
All right. And then they melt and they run out, channeled. The molten aluminum runs out channels into ingot molds.
Correct.
When the ingots cool, and then you can recycle and sell it to an aluminum recycler.
I assume so, yes.
Yeah, all right. And that chamber itself, on the melting pot, as you called it, in Exhibit 490, give me a sense of the dimensions of that.
I'm not really sure. The opening on the top is smaller than the actual melting chamber.
Okay.
As we noted from the photographs, I would hate to be inaccurate here because I'm just going from memory from almost 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, 24 by 24, somewhere in that neighborhood. And that's, shall we use the term guesstimate?
Yeah, sure. And that's why I threw you the lifeline. You didn't write a report, you were going by memory. But a guesstimate would be 2 feet by 2 feet, something like that.
Yeah, I would say in that general neighborhood. Could be 20 inches, it could be 26 inches, but...
Fair enough. I mean, we're in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Okay. And roughly, again, a cubicle in shape.
Yes.
Or cubic, whatever the word is.
Square opening on top.
Although the chamber itself was larger than the opening per se?
Yes, there was some extension off to the sides that I had tipped to look into.
Oh, all right. So if in fact this thing was, useful for melting an automobile transmission, whether it's 24 inches or 20 inches or 26 inches or whatever the heck it is, It is large enough to get an automobile transmission into to your eye.
Or at least a portion of it, and then it would melt into that area.
You never climbed down into the melting pot?
I stuck my head down in there and reached around, but I did not physically step into it.
That sort of answers, I think, the question, but I will nail it down. So there was no close examination of the debris or the slag or melted contents at the bottom of that chamber?
No, I've been over and looked in there because of not being able to see, and used a flashlight and actually examined it. So I got my head close to it so I could see the best and looked into that area. And then I physically disrupted the bottom of it with my hand, so I was within arm's reach.
Okay.
In order to see if there was any debris that was covered by this aluminum or slag that was on top, or there's some old rusted metal in there.
Then you took nothing out of interest?
Correct.
I'm going to look at my notes just for a moment and see that I covered what I wanted to cover with you, if you will bear with me.
Well, sure.
The only thing I overlooked was the car seat back out at the burn barrel.
Yes.
Okay. Your guess was that this may have been from an SUV.
It didn't look like a car seat. I thought it was like a bolt and back seat of like an older SUV bus seat type thing. It was more tubular steel in construction.
All right. But you have no idea, really, in the end, what car this would have come from or vehicle this would have come from?
That's correct.
How old the vehicle would have been?
I have no idea.
You are just trying to give us an idea of the appearance?
Correct.
Okay. This thing was burned?
Yes.
It was sitting outside of the actual intended burn pit or indentation?
On the 11th, when I examined it, it was off to the side.
Up sort of on the elevated area?
Yeah, adjacent to the pit to the right, as I was facing the north.
The areas adjacent to the pit or the indentation did not look as if they had been used to burn anything, did they?
No.
This was gravel and sand showing no signs of ash or other burning?
Correct.
So you have no idea whether it was agents who put the seat there or how that came to be adjacent to the burn barrel?
That's correct. I can only tell you it was there when I examined it.
It, too, was rusty?
Yes, it was oxidized.
But, again, that could have happened very quickly in the fire.
Yes.
Or it could have happened with the elements over a longer period of time.
That I don't know, because a lot of times those items have a surface coating on them that inhibits the rust.
Okay.
By its appearance. And I also recall that there was a seat belt buckle found that would look like it would be consistent with the car seat.
Sure.
That buckle had the nylon web burned off of it. So I was under the distinct impression that that car seat or vehicle seat had been burned.
So am I. I mean, it was missing all the padding.
Right.
Right. I mean, it was just down to the metal.
Correct.
But again, whether it was burned and then left out in the elements, and that, the presence of being in the elements after being burned account for all the rust, or whether it was just rapid oxidation from being burned, you are not in a position to tell us.
That's correct. I mean, the fire makes it happen quicker, but it actually rusts after the fire.
Okay, fair enough. See, we don't have any idea when this seat was burned.
No, I just know it was burned.
Right. And we can say it probably wasn't burned where it sat when you saw it.
Correct.
You didn't see any bone fragments or anything of interest sort of intermingled in the components of that seat?
That's correct.
The springs or anything like that?
I did not.
So what was of interest was that it was a car seat?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Mr. Fallon, any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, thank you. Counsel, ask you some questions regarding the spool of leftover steel belted radial tires.
Yes.
And is it possible from the condition in which you examined it that one other scenario is that it could have been raked out of the fire?
Yes, that's another one of the possibilities of how the bone and the mass of the wires got together as they are through a tendon of the fire.
And I wanted to have you elaborate a little further on another point counsel raised, and that is eventually there was a bobcat that was used to excavate the site entirely.
Correct.
Specifically, so that we're clear, that did not happen on November 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct. It happened on the 11th.
On the 11th. And prior to doing that, you mentioned something about after all items were moved from the pit.
Correct.
And what was the surface of the ground like at that point, after all the loose debris and everything was removed?
In the bottom of the burn pit?
Yes.
In the bottom of the burn pit, it was real. It had an appearance, I guess you could call it like blacktop, but it was very crusty and black and thick mass that came off as if it had been adhered to. It's consistent of what I have seen in fires like that. And we broke that apart to make sure some of it was soil. Some of it was burnt remains of what appeared to be tire products in there.
All right. Well, that was my next question. That crusted surface, is that consistent with the residue left over from tires burning?
It's similar to what I have seen in that same situation, yes.
All right. And did you remove that layer of soil?
Yes.
All right. And I take it was only after that, then, after all the other items of evidentiary significance were removed, that an excavation occurred on Friday the 11th.
That's correct.
All right. And fires, are tires considered an accelerant?
I guess it would depend on the method that it's used. It certainly can be used as an accelerant, as a good fuel into a fire scene. So you hear people using it to set brush pile fires as the initial igniter because it burns with great intensity for a given period of time. So depending on its use, yes, I would say it's an accelerant.
It would be a solid accelerant rather than liquid?
In its original form, and then it converts during the fire process.
Because it's primarily an oil-based product?
Correct.
All right. Now, in your investigation of the materials, did you come across any evidence of any other liquid accelerant?
There was a couple jugs that had been black oil in it, but what its role in it or not, I don't know.
You don't know if that played any part at all in the fire itself?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned something about tires. Do they give off a lot of energy when they burn?
Yes, they are a very good source of energy, heat energy.
Do you have any idea?
Well, the 1 pound of tire gives you roughly 15,000 BTUs of energy. The average passenger tire, according to the tire manufacturers, I think it's about 20 pounds. So depending on the orientation and a few other things, you are looking at about 300,000 BTUs per tire.
Do all tires have steel belt? Are they all steel belted radials, or are there different types of tires that wouldn't have steel belts in them?
There are different tires. A lot of times, trailer tires or smaller tires for utility vehicles won't have steel belts. There's also bias ply tires, which don't have a steel belt in it. So we see the steel wires there as it remains of steel belted tires. But in those other types of belts or tires, when they are burned, we basically just see the black ash, like we saw in the bottom of this pit remains.
Are they also considered like a possible solid accelerant, even though they don't have any steel belts in them?
Correct. They are very good fuel.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Strang.
I think probably we can agree counsel misspoke, at least in the tires that you and I are familiar with. They are not primarily oil or petroleum based, but primarily rubber-based, aren't they?
Well, I think they are synthetic rubbers. I don't recall the exact breakdown. There's multiple compounds in there.
Okay, you are not an expert here to tell us about the composition of tyres.
No, I have information data about it that I use as a resource, but I'm not in tire manufacturing.
They can be used as an accelerant in a fire, growing in the same way that I suppose crumpled newspaper can be used.
Well, it can be, but I think a tire is better because the tire, in its solid format, burns with a great intensity for a longer period of time than crumpled newspaper.
Sure.
So it's giving off a lot of energy in a concentrated area over a given period of time, much longer than paper. So I would consider it to be a much better product for that purpose.
Right. And so would I. You know, newspaper burns pretty quickly, but the idea is when you say accelerant here, this is something used to get a fire going.
Or to enhance its combustion process.
All right. And you have acquired your knowledge about the BTUs generated by a tyre through your professional training?
Correct.
You have, just in the same way, I guess, you have acquired knowledge about other possible components of other accelerants in a fire?
Correct.
This isn't some knowledge you came to the job a quarter of a century ago with?
No, I don't think so.
That's all I have.
All right, the witness is excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Were there any exhibits that introduce that this witness that either party is requesting admission of?
I think we moved into the evidence photos without objection, as I understand.
They are all in already? Very well. The state may call its next witness.
State would call Mike Riddle.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Michael Riddle, RIDDLE.
What do you do for a living?
I work at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison, where I'm a latent fingerprint and footwear examiner.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of it.
Latent fingerprint and footwear examiner for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison.
And how long have you been employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory?
About 14 and a half years.
Do you have any prior experience in the field of fingerprinting, palm print analysis, and elsewhere?
Yes, I started in Mississippi in about 1988. I started in fingerprints there and worked there for several years and came up here in 1992.
And what are your official duties? In other words, in your current role as examiner, what is it that you do?
I receive evidence from agency to be processed for the presence of latent fingerprints. We process the evidence and the prints are obtained. We compare the prints to standard fingerprint cards. If identifications are made, whether they are made or not, we report on our findings at the times are required to also testify in court as to our findings.
Have you received any specialized training to assist you in performing these duties?
Yes, I have. When I first started in 1988, I worked under a certified examiner for 3 years, received almost 300 hours of training through the FBI Academy in Quantico. And at that time, at the end of 3-year internship, I tested with the International Association for Identification for my certification, which I passed the test and have been certified ever since.
All right. Any estimate as to how many fingerprints or palm prints that you have been asked to examine in your career as an examiner?
Literally hundreds of thousands.
Now, you mentioned this, an organization. Tell us about this organization that you mentioned.
The International Association for Identification certifies people in many different disciplines. One of them is including fingerprints, footwear, crime scene. They're an organization that not only certifies us, but has yearly conferences and educational conferences. We attend different meetings.
You mentioned something about a certification. Tell us about that.
The certification process is the IAI I think it's twofold. If you have a college degree, you have to internship for 3 years. I believe that's the way it is. It may have changed since I took it, but for me, it was 3 years. With a high school diploma, I think you can be certified with 8 years under a certified examiner before you are even eligible to take the test. You have to pass a test that is, I think, 3-phase. There's the latent print test. You have to show where you testified in court successfully. You have to prepare a court chart and have that approved by them. And then there's also a written test on top of that. You have to pass all these phases before you can become certified.
And how long have you held this certification?
Since 1991.
What kind of equipment do you normally use as an examiner?
Well, in processing through latent prints, we use several types of methods. We use superglue chambers where we fume evidence and try to develop, superglue fuming chambers. And we'll place the evidence in these chambers and fume them to develop latent prints. And then take it a step further and add dye stains and look at them under laser lights and try to look at the real fingerprints that may not be visible even with superglue. Then we use magnetic powder or regular powder, use different methods of lifting them also.
Is there a substance that's called anhydride?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
Anhydride is used on porous surfaces such as cardboard and paper. It reacts with amino acids in the fingerprints, turns purple, leaving a pattern of rich detail behind. We have to use that on porous items because it doesn't work well with powder or superglue.
Now you have had occasion to identify persons by comparing latent fingerprints or palm prints with their own ink fingerprints or palm prints?
Yes, I have.
Any estimate as to approximately how often that's occurred?
I probably make several identifications on a weekly basis.
All right. Now, you have been called upon to express opinions in courts of law regarding your findings on identification or lack of an identification?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how often have you been asked to render such opinions in a court of law?
I don't know the exact number here in Wisconsin, probably between 40 and 50 times. In Mississippi, it was probably closer to 150, 200 times.
Now, you used the term, and I thought it might be a good idea at this point to define some of these terms. Let me begin with, what is an inked print?
An ink print is when a thin layer of printer's ink is rolled across the top of the surfaces of the ridges of your fingerprints. And the fingers are rolled out on a white receiving surface, such as fingerprint card, leaving a lasting impression of the fingerprint detail.
Is an inked print, is that also sometimes referred to as a standard?
Yes, it is. That's what they are.
And what do we mean by that?
A standard print is where it's known print. It's a print that we know who it is. We have inked the fingers. We roll the fingers out. And we have identified the person who these fingerprints were taken. That would be the standard.
And what is a latent print?
Latent print is also known as a crime scene print or a hidden or invisible print. These are typically found at a crime scene by the use of powder. They have to be brought out and developed with powders or chemicals.
And is there such a thing I've heard expressed as a patent print?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
A patent print is a visible print, a print that you can see that is left in maybe blood or grease or dirt. Doesn't have to be developed or brought out.
And there are different distinguishing characteristics of a fingerprint or a palm print that makes identification possible?
Yes. In the fingers, you usually start out with different pattern types, loops, swirls, and arches. But these don't fully distinguish between people because everybody has some of these patterns in their hands. But we have individual characteristics within the pattern area, such as ending ridges, dots, islands. The placement of those individual characteristics in the pattern area compared to the standard print is what makes them unique.
Are fingerprints specific to each individual?
Yes, they are.
In your experience, have you ever found two people with identical fingerprints?
No, I have not.
Just generally, what are the basic factors that you would use in analysis of fingerprints to determine identification?
First thing I would look as a pattern type. If I'm looking at a latent print, it's a loop and a standard. It's an arch. I can eliminate it automatically. If the pattern type is the same, then I look for the individual characteristics within that pattern area. If I were to find an ending ridge in a certain part of a latent print in identification, I would expect to find that same ending ridge following the print standard.
Now, is it possible? Well, let me first ask, what kind of surfaces are you generally called upon to examine and look for the presence of latent fingerprints?
All kinds of surfaces. Some of them are good, some of them aren't very good.
All right. And in your experience, what are some of the areas, or if I can use the phrase richest area, and which one is likely to find a latent print suitable for examination?
Hard, smooth surfaces are best. Rough surfaces are more difficult. Some porous surfaces, such as paper, is also very good. Some porous surfaces, such as styrofoam, are very bad. It depends upon the nature of the surface and the condition of a person's skin as to how latent prints and how good they are.
And does the presence or absence of perspiration from an individual, is that a factor that is known to contribute whether or not a print is actually left behind?
Yes, a person with normally dry hands is probably less likely to leave latent prints than would be somebody with oily skin or very sweaty hands.
All right. And directing your attention to this particular case, how did you first become involved in this investigation?
Well, I came to work on November 7th on a Monday morning, and I was informed by my unit leader that a vehicle had been brought in relation to this case, and I was assigned to process the vehicle for the presence of latent finger and or palm prints, and also to inventory the contents of the vehicle.
And that vehicle was a Toyota RAV4?
That's correct.
Let's begin with your inventory and proceed from there. First of all, tell us, what is an inventory?
Inventory is just an itemization of everything we find within the vehicle. What I did in this case is I started with the front seat passenger side and I inventoried everything that was in there. Front seat driver side, middle console. I put the vehicle into quadrants and inventoried such one individually.
All right. During the course of your inventory, did you find a compact flashcard?
Yes, I did.
Cargo area?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to have an investigator Fassbender show you an exhibit.
496.
Thank you. Agent Fassbender has shown you what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 496. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is Exhibit 496?
It is a vertebrum contact flash memory card with the name Teresa on it.
All right. And from what location in the vehicle was that flash card obtained?
It was in the rear of the vehicle, in the cargo area behind the left passenger seat in the rear.
All right. I'm going to have my colleagues show you Exhibit 300 on the screen. Do you see the presence of this flash card, Exhibit 496? Is that present?
Yes, it is.
In the picture depicted on Exhibit 300?
Yes, it is.
I believe there is a laser pointer to your immediate right there. Do you think you could point that out for us, please?
Be right there.
All right. Thank you. During the course of your inventorying of the vehicle here in question, did you find a compact disc carrying case?
Yes, I did.
And where was the compact disc carrying case located?
I believe that was in the front passenger side area.
All right. I'm having counsel show you exhibit what appears to be 292. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that the compact disc carrying case that you inventoried in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
And is that the location in which you first observed it when you began your inventory?
Yes, I did.
And finally, during the course of your inventory of the contents of this vehicle, did you find an Air National Guard lanyard?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to have Exhibit 287 displayed to you at this time. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And is that the Air National Guard lanyard that you observed in the RAV4 vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And if you recall, can you tell us the approximate location of that lanyard?
Yes, it was in the center console between the front driver's seat and the front passenger seat.
I'm going to have Exhibit 293 displayed on the screen for you. If you would take your pointer and tell us the approximate location of that if you can, with the use of this exhibit?
It would be in the center console right in here.
I see there are a bottle of Aquafina water and some other items.
That's correct.
And you were pointing to the area between the two seats.
That's correct.
Thank you. How long did the processing of the vehicle, your part of the processing of the vehicle, take?
I worked on the vehicle for most of that day and the part of the next.
And during, specifically, to directing your attention to November 8th, did you have occasion to examine a wheel cover?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine it for the possibility of fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
The wheel cover on the back of it had impressions for fingerprint impressions. You can see them on the top of it, but it was so dirty that actually there weren't any impressions left behind. It was more of the takeaway. If you have a really dirty surface and you touch it with your fingers, there's no way you can leave the impression behind, but you are picking all the dirt up and that's where the impressions are. You're taking it away, you're not putting it down.
I'm showing you exhibit 308. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And I know prominently on the top of the wheel cover there appears to some smudgy marks that actually look like fingerprints.
That's correct.
All right. Tell us about what we're looking at.
If you see this, you can tell that this is all real dirty. This is just covered with road grime, and you can see what appears to be fingerprint impressions here and down here, where somebody put a right and left hand on there. Unfortunately, when we process, there's no rich detail to develop because most of this is just dirt, and it lifted up and there was no latent prints were put down. The other ones that were visible would be down here at the bottom, but as you can see, these are basically smears, no rich detail in any of those.
So is that what you mean by this concept of takeaway?
That's correct.
In other words, whatever was there was removed by the hands. In fact, it could have even been clothes that caused that.
That's correct.
All right. Now we're on this concept of fingerprint analysis. Did you process the vehicle for possible fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I did.
And in terms of your specific recollection here, did you process the vehicle as a whole, I take it?
That's correct.
And outside?
Outside and inside, yes.
All right. And in terms of the items that you examined let's start with the outside of the car. Were you able to develop any prints that were useful or suitable for follow-up examination?
Yes, I was.
And approximately how many prints did you locate suitable for examination?
I believe there was a total of 8 areas where there were prints that were suitable for comparison.
All right. In terms of the interior of the vehicle, did you examine any of the items that you inventoried for the presence of latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And give us a ballpark idea of approximately how many items or the nature and type of the items that you looked at.
I looked at the 3 Aquafina bottles. I also processed a granola wrapper that was found in the back of the vehicle. The CD case was also processed, and several other items that...
a blinker light, a lug wrench?
A blinker kit, lug wrench.
In addition to the wheel cover that you just told us about.
That's correct.
In the course of your analysis, did you also examine the license plates?
Yes, I did.
And the license plate that you examined, were you able to identify anything suitable on either the plate for purposes of subsequent analysis?
No, I wasn't.
Now, in an effort to make an identification or something to compare it to, you would need standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your effort to identify anyone as being having put the latent those prints on the items that you were able to identify, what standards did you have available to you? Do you recall?
I don't recall the whole list of them. I know I had Stephen Avery's. I had a lot of Stephen's family. Avery family. I believe the record driver submitted standards also.
So if I were to read you a list of names, would you recognize and be able to tell us to whether or not you had standards or compare from the individuals to assist you in conducting your analysis?
Yes.
All right. Alan Avery?
Yes, I did.
Stephen Avery?
Yes.
Charles Avery?
Yes.
Earl Avery?
Yes, I did.
Dolores Avery?
Yes.
Booby Dassey,
Yes.
Brian Dassey,
Yes.
Brendan Dassey,
Yes.
Rob Yonda,
Yes.
Scott Blodorn,
Yes.
and James Link.
Yes. Not to the vehicle.
Not to the vehicle, but eventually you had those prints as well.
That's correct.
And Andrew Colburn.
That's correct.
All right. Let's start with the vehicle. With respect to the prints that you had indicated you had 8 latent prints from the Toyota itself.
That's correct.
That were suitable for analysis. Were any identifications effective?
No.
How about the Sunbelt Crunchy granola bar wrapper? Were there any identifications affected in your comparison of that print with any of the standards submitted?
No, they were not.
The bottle of Aquafina water, were there any identifications affected there?
No, they were not.
On the black CD carrying case, were there any identifications effective from that analysis?
No, sir.
On the partially full bottle of Aquafina water, were any identifications effective?
No, sir.
At some point, was the headboard from a bed submitted to you for fingerprint analysis?
Yes, it was.
And that headboard was represented to you as having come from the residence of Stephen Avery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there an identification effective there?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
I believe it was the right little fingerprint of Stephen Avery.
Were there any other fingerprint identifications affected with respect to that item?
No, there were not.
All right. At some point, you were asked during the course of this investigation to examine a letter which is directed to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, I was.
Were you able to develop any latent prints from that letter which were suitable for analysis or comparison?
No, I was not.
So it would be fair to say that no identifications could be affected from that examination.
That's correct.
All right. At some point recently, were you asked to examine a cardboard box reputedly to have contained a vial of blood?
That's correct, I was.
All right. Did you examine any prints from that box?
Yes, I did.
And so that we're clear, where did you obtain that prints from?
I obtained the prints, I believe, from Calumet County Sheriff's Office, the standards.
That would have been from Deputy Hawkins?
That's correct.
All right. And you used those standards and you made comparison to the prints of whom?
Blank. And I can't remember. I can check my notes.
Sure, please.
Andrew Colburn and James Lank.
All right. With respect to your analysis of the cardboard box and the prints lifted from the box, were any identifications affected?
No, they were not.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 473. And in that background, does that look like the box that you... First of all, let me just ask, that's a poor question. Let me back up before I go there. I misspoke. Did you also examine a blood vial?
Yes, I did.
All right. And again, directing your attention to Exhibit 473, does that look like the vial which you were asked to examine in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
All right. How did the vial come to your attention?
Came to my attention, I believe it was sent by Jeremy Hawkins also from Calumet County.
And had that vial previously been to the FBI or some type of analysis upon your receipt of it?
As far as I know, it had, yes.
All right. And were you able to process the vial for any latent prints for examination?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were any prints located on that vial?
There were some very faint ridge details, but nothing suitable for comparison was developed.
So you weren't able to identify that ridge detail wasn't sufficient for identification purposes?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this might be a good point for a break for lunch.
All right, members of the jury, we'll break for lunch at this time and resume at 1. I remind you not to discuss the case during your lunch hour. You may be seated. Counsel, then, I will see you back at 1.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Fallon, at this time you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Judge. See that we have the exhibits available. I would like to ask Special Agent Fassbender to obtain the exhibit for the vial blood. Mr. Riddle, I'm having Special Agent Fassbender show you what has been received in evidence as Exhibit 478. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what is 478?
That's the container holding the vial of blood.
All right. And are those some Crown Lab tape markings on the outside exterior of that exhibit?
Yes, there is. I sealed it myself, and there's my initials and date it was sealed right there.
All right. And what is the date of the seal on that?
February 26th of this year.
All right. And Agent Fassbender would lift the tube out. Did you recognize the contents of the exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And did you examine the vial which is contained inside that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right. And is that the item in which you attempted to process the prints from? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, you said that there were just one ridge print?
There was very, very faint ridge detail that was unsuitable for comparison on the tube.
So no identification could be affected?
No.
I will pass the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Buting.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Riddle.
Good afternoon.
You have been a fingerprint examiner for now how many years?
19 years.
19 years. And about 14 of it, I think, was with Wisconsin?
It would be 15 years in August. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that capacity, are you often called on to the scene of alleged crimes or offense?
I have been on field response in the past, not for the last 3 years, however.
Typically, you just received items that are brought to you by law enforcement authorities.
That's correct.
Okay. And is it in your experience that officers would tend to bring items that they think are important to their investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Items that they think might help identify who a suspect is?
That's correct.
Sometimes completely unknown person, they don't have any idea, and they're just looking to see if you can link somebody up.
That's correct.
Some of those items might be, let's say, something that's a suspected murder weapon in a homicide case, right?
That's correct.
Like a knife that they think might have been used.
That's correct.
Or a firearm that they think might have been used.
That's correct.
Did you have the opportunity to look at a .22 Marlin rifle for fingerprints in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
You never had one of these officers from the state submit a .22 Marlin rifle for your analysis to see if you could find any fingerprints?
No, they did not.
How about any bullet cartridges or shell cases? Did you ever get any of those?
I didn't receive any of those items, no, sir.
Do you know anything about firearms yourself?
Very little, some.
Do you know how you have to load a .22 with shells, cartridges?
Are you referring to a rifle or a revolver?
Rifle.
Depending on the type of a rifle, whether it's a bolt action or semi-automatic, there's a big difference.
Okay. So if it's a semi-automatic, there's like a little cartridge or a little tube that goes in underneath the barrel.
That's correct.
And in order to fire it, one has to pick up cartridges, which are fairly small, about 1.5 inches or so, right?
That's correct.
And in doing that, then they have to load them one by one into a tube.
That's correct.
And have you ever examined any cartridge cases before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been able to find any kind of fingerprints on them?
Very seldom, but yes, I have.
Okay.
Not on a .22 though, sir.
But you didn't in this case?
No, sir.
No one gave you cartridges to look at in this case.
That's correct.
While we're on the subject of important items that maybe law enforcement might give you to look at, how about if they find what they believe is some personal item of a victim in the bedroom of a suspect? Is that something they may want to bring to you, or you might be asked to look at for fingerprints?
I would assume so, yes.
Any officer ever bring you a Toyota car key to look at?
No, they did not.
Let me move ahead for a minute, and then I will go back to the RAV4. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 497. Put your glasses on, see if you can identify that for me, please.
That's a report that I issued on December 5th of 2006 with the results of the item KT. Letter to the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office that I had processed for prints.
Okay. Before we talk about that anymore, just so no one is confused, this isn't an original of yours, right?
No, it is not.
This is a copy of this. Some numbering at the bottom that says state 19371, sort of a bait stamp kind of thing. That's not normally on your report, right?
No, it's not.
Something that we have got that helps us, but otherwise, does this appear to be an accurate copy of the report that you prepared?
Yes, it does.
And attached to it, would you tell me what's attached to this?
That's a copy of my handwritten notes.
Okay, and keep going. What's attached to that?
It's a copy of a letter that was submitted, item KT.
Okay, let me put this up on the Elmo so we can talk about it that way.
Your Honor, I would like to be heard on this. I think there's a hearsay objection and a relevance objection that need to be made.
The court will excuse the jurors for a few minutes to hear the motion.
Yes, Judge. If counsel is intending to on display an actual cryptic letter here, which was the subject of an attempted identification, which, by the way, was requested by the defense, I have reason to object on grounds of relevance, hearsay, lack of foundation, and what have you. And with respect to an anonymous letter sent to the Sheriff's Department. So I don't see any relevance primarily. Also, but it is also hearsay and an unidentified document.
The parties have the advantage of me because I don't know what the letter is.
Sure, let me show it to the court. Do we want to excuse the witness at all?
I don't see how that would make any difference.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up. Well, Judge, obviously the document isn't offered for the truth of the matter alleged in there, but it was brought up on direct. I think under cross, I can examine the expert about the evaluation of the document. The timing of how and when it was submitted is actually already in the record, but it obviously goes to the fact that this was just found, if the court recalls from an earlier witness, I believe, in the property room a whole year after it had been received and nothing had been done with it, goes to the investigative bias, tunnel vision argument we have been making for the last month. So for those reasons, it's certainly relevant, and obviously it's something that this witness, this expert, was asked to examine. So it's relevant in that regard as well.
Your Honor, if I may reply to that, the other reason that this exhibit was introduced is because counsel brought it up on cross-examination of investigator Fassbender about 2 weeks ago. It doesn't have any particular relevance to this case whatsoever, other than it's another rule out, another exclusion. And by the way, I would also point out that any attempt to discussion or display of the writings of this particular exhibit to go, I think, are in violation of the court's pretrial ruling, suggesting some other unknown culprit committed this particular offense. Again, it's an anonymous letter, unaccounted for, so it's of marginal relevance.
Judge, let me respond to that. It doesn't go to it's not. If you're talking about third-party liability, there is no name on that. Nobody that's particularly being alleged. For all that matter, it could have been, it could have been arguing that the defendant did it. But the point of the matter is, it was obviously, in our view, a very important tip that may or may not have been acted on properly as part of their investigative bias. So that's the relevance.
Maybe they patch my memory. I have recollection of the subject matter of the document. Has the letter been introduced as an exhibit?
No, that's it. It was brought up in cross-examination of Special Agent Fassbender on the first Friday of this trial, I believe. That is the 9th, if memory serves me. Again, that was the point. That was the time to cross-examine, if any.
Well, there was cross-examination.
And here's the point. The probative value of showing that to the jury is minimal at best. It's the confusion, waste of time. Let's follow another dead end somewhere. It's the whole point of that. Time for cross-examining, the time to make the point of the investigative bias, which was attempted and arguably made or not. That's a subject for closing argument. was in an investigation and cross-examination of Special Agent Fassbender when he said, well, we ruled it out, or we just heard testimony from PEVYTOE ruling it out.
Judge, first of all, how can it not be relevant when there is a letter that says the body was burned in the smelter at 3 a.m. on Friday morning? It can be more relevant than what all the testimony we have heard about the body in this case, and the whole question of whether its location at Mr. Avery's, behind Mr. Avery's garage, was its original location or not, is central to this case and will continue to be central.
So now he's arguing that it's offered for the truth of the matter as it affects the investigation.
No, but it's a tip that was not followed on by law enforcement agents in this case because it did not fit their theory that the body was burned behind Mr. Avery's garage. And the failure to do anything with this a whole year supports that defense.
Then let counsel make that argument in closing argument based on the evidence is exhibited.
If Mr. Fassbender and I have to say, this trial has now gone on long enough, I don't have all the previous testimony committed to memory. This letter was brought up to Mr. Fassbender when he was examined and he said, we didn't pursue it. Is that?
He said they ruled it out because we had already ruled out the smelter as having any part of this particular case.
Okay.
He's already got the evidence in to make it the argument he wants to make.
No, because I don't know if we do or not, but I don't recall the exact testimony myself right now. But look, just because they ruled it out doesn't mean it's no longer relevant. That's a central part of this trial. That's a matter that the jury can decide whether or not this is just another piece of the puzzle that, if we're going to use their analogy, a piece of the puzzle that shows time and time again, they ignore anything that doesn't fit the state's theory.
Are we now going to hear testimony that the smelter was the source of the combustion of the remains of Teresa HALBACH from presumably Dr. Fairgrave? We would certainly like to know that, and You
have seen his report.
Well, counsel, we have seen no report from Dr. Fairgrave. We have seen a rendition of what he might or might not say.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. You have seen a summary of what he says, and the smelter is mentioned.
Maybe you can help me out. What's he going to say?
I don't want to repeat at this point. It's in the court's file. I can't restate it better than what we did in our summary. But the evidence is clear that there are multiple burn sites on that Avery property alone, not to mention other sites outside of that property. This was not reasonably considered. This was dismissed as a possible site despite the fact that they are getting anonymous tips about it. And more than anonymous tips that we haven't heard about yet. But again, it shows investigative bias, and it's clearly within the scope of direct. He was asked about a letter that was sent to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office and that he did fingerprints on. If they didn't want it in, it should never have been brought out. Now, the jury hears there's some letter. Who knows what it is?
Well, counsel, then you shouldn't have asked the question on cross-examination of Agent Fassbender over objection of the state.
Well, we wanted it. You were the ones that don't.
Obviously, they want it, Judge, because they want to use it for this truth of the matter asserted.
No.
All right, here's my ruling. To the extent that I am blasting this, I guess, on the recollection of my testimony the parties are providing me. To the extent, first of all, with respect to the letter itself, it's not admissible for the truth of the matter asserted. But I believe I did admit it for the purpose which I understand, or not admit the letter, but allow the question about it. Not for the truth of the matter asserted, but based on the proposition advanced by the defence, which was that it was an example of lead that the state chose not to follow. The state gave its own explanation, I believe, for it. If I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Fallon, again, I don't remember Mr. Fassbender's explanation, but both parties are telling me that this came in and that it was the subject of questioning of Mr. Fassbender.
Correct.
To the extent that point has gotten in, that point has already been made. Since Fassbender indicated it was not pursued of necessity, the state did not choose to send it to the witness. I'm not sure what would be added at this point by admitting it, because to put it up on the screen now raises the danger that the jury will take it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Judge, it's been talked about. Now, the witness on direct was told that he looked at a letter. The jury doesn't know what it is. They brought it up. It's left hanging there. The jury is going to, if anything, speculate about what that letter is, whether it somehow relates to Mr. Avery or not. And the fact his report shows that it was a whole year until this was even sent to be examined.
Alright, this is a fingerprint expert.
I understand.
As I understand this report, he didn't find any usable fingerprints on the letter. So what is his testimony going to add to the point that the court has already been allowed to be made with respect during Mr. Fassbender's testimony?
I don't recall that we have gotten the details out in Mr. Fassbender's testimony. He didn't, as I recall, he didn't admit that he had even seen it. This witness has seen it. He said, I think he indicated that he didn't recognize it, didn't know what it was, other than the defense wanted it sent for fingerprints a year after the arrest of Mr. Avery when we found it in the property room.
Well, if there's a theory for the defense to get this letter in, there may be a way to get it in through another witness, but this is a fingerprint expert. The only testimony he would have to offer is that he didn't find any fingerprints on the document, and I don't think this is an appropriate way to get the document in.
All right, then for this purposes then, I would like to just finish with him on this point and let the jury know that when he received the letter, at least establish the date, that it was not until December of 06. We're not showing it. We'll work on the other issue later.
Alright, I'm not sure I understand what you are looking to do.
Finish up my questioning on this issue with him by pointing out this letter, without showing it, was not sent to him until December of 06.
So in front of the jury that a letter was sent to him, you can identify this as a handwritten letter dated whatever or whenever it was received. Any objection from the state?
If he wants to have it identified as the letter examined with respect to his December 5th report, that's fine.
Very well, that's permissible.
All right.
The jurors can be brought back in. You may be seated. Mr. Bruton, you may proceed.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Riddle, again, showing you Exhibit 497. If you could just tell us, well, let me do it. Let me lead you through it. This was a letter that was sent to Manitowoc Sheriff's Department, as far as you knew?
As far as this goes.
Okay, and it was a handwritten letter. Do you know if there was anything about the date that it was received in the information you received?
Not that I received, no.
Okay, well then, tell us what it was that you received and when it was you were asked to test it for latent fingerprints.
I received this piece of evidence on December the 4th of 2006, completed the work on December the 5th.
Okay, so a year after, actually 13 months after you were first brought into the case to look at the RAV4 at the crime lab.
That's correct.
Okay, the cardboard box that contained a vial of blood that you also looked at.
Yes.
When was it that you were asked to look at that?
I believe that was just last week.
Last week, okay. If you could check and be sure.
Actually, it was a couple of weeks ago. February the 19th is when I issued the report on that.
All right. And is that true also for the blood vial itself? Is that when you examined it?
The blood vial came in a couple of days later, about a week later, actually. I completed that report on February the 26th.
All right. Now, I noticed when you picked up the lanyard in your direct testimony, you put on some gloves before you did that.
That's correct.
That's sort of a normal thing officers are taught to do before they handle evidence, right?
That's correct.
Because if you put on gloves, you are not going to leave fingerprints, right? Typically with the right kind of gloves.
That's correct.
And that's like second nature to a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
So really, it would be very unusual for you to find police officers' fingerprints on an important item of evidence in a case.
Speculation.
Usually.
I think he can answer it.
Okay.
Occasionally, there are slip-ups where I have identified officers' fingerprints on items of evidence, but for the most part, they are very careful about wearing gloves and not leaving prints.
We went through a list of items that earlier on you looked at in, like, I believe November of '05 on direct exam. Do you recall that?
Are you referring to the inventory of the vehicle?
Yeah, but I'm going to limit it. I'm going to narrow it down to just a few items, okay?
Okay.
Just so we're clear, maybe I missed it, but it was actually November 7 of 2005 when you were first brought in at the crime lab.
That's correct.
And at that time, the vehicle was the RAV4, the Toyota RAV4 was still at the garage of the crime lab, right?
That's correct.
And that was helpful to you because you've got decent lighting and photographic equipment with you and all of that, right?
That's correct. We have photographers that take our pictures for us there.
Okay. I'm showing you Exhibit 498. Could you just identify that, please?
That's a report issued on December 7 of 2005. Some of the items involved the RAV4 itself and some items recovered from it that I processed for fingerprints.
Okay. Now, a number of those items that you processed, you actually did find fingerprints suitable for comparison, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about those items for a moment. You found suitable prints on the RAV4 itself, right?
That's correct.
We'll get into where in a moment, but you also found suitable prints on this crunchy granola bar wrapper.
That's correct.
And the bottle of Aquafina water.
That's correct.
Were those both found in the front seat?
I believe the crunchy granola wrapper was found in the rear of the vehicle in the cargo area.
Okay, just so we're clear, you actually did the search of that vehicle at that time as well, right?
That's correct.
And you made note of where you found all of these items, including the lanyard, for instance.
That's correct.
Okay, and you also found and identified a print suitable for comparison on the CD case, a black plastic CD case.
Yes, that's correct.
And on another partially full bottle of Aquafina water, is that right?
That's correct.
So 2 of the 3 bottles of water, you were able to find a suitable print.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about the RAV4 itself for a moment. You mentioned the wheel cover on the rear cargo gate had, I guess, these patent prints, correct?
There are more takeaway than prints. A patent print would be, to me, it would be a fingerprint that was visible.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The areas on the wheel cover are actually void areas that are in the shape of a handprint, but there are actually no prints there.
Okay, so this was something that I'm using the wrong term. These were just looking like prints, but there was no ridge detail.
That's correct.
All right, let's put up Exhibit 307 for a moment here. And actually, I'm going to put up Exhibit 308 first and talk about that. That's a closer up picture of the rear tailgate of the RAV4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and these sort of finger markings up here on the top and the bottom are what you refer to as takeaways that you couldn't get a ridge detail.
That's correct.
But you did find some fingerprints that were suitable for identification purposes to the rear of this vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and one of which is in this photograph. Do you have the laser pointer with you? Could you point where it is?
Yes. You can't actually see the fingerprint. What you're looking at here is the scale, and this points to where the fingerprint is for our photographer, so he can take a picture of it. So it would be right in front of that scale.
Okay, now if I understand how this worked, there was a number of places where you found some prints that were suitable for identification, but they didn't lift off of the surface in that fashion, right?
No, they did not. None of the lifts I made were suitable for comparison.
Okay, but there were fingerprints that you found left on the vehicle that could be preserved in another way, right?
That's correct.
And this is where your photographer comes in, takes a close-up photograph of that print and shows a ridge detail, right?
That's correct.
And it's actually done in sort of a negative fashion?
That's the way I prefer it. I prefer them to take the photograph and give me the negative so I can put it on a light box where the light shines through the back of it, makes the print easier to see for me.
Okay, and those are actually better sometimes for identification purposes than the kind that actually lift off with a piece of tape or something, right?
It can be, yes.
Okay, could you use the laser pointer, and let's talk about where you found these prints that were suitable for comparison on this vehicle, okay?
Okay, we had the one, I don't see the tag right now, but the one right here, and most of the other ones actually came from this area right here and a little farther around this side. I think there was another one, can't see it in this particular picture, but it's going to be around the front of the vehicle. And then there is one on the inside window.
Okay, we'll talk.
I think a total of 8 locations.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. There were 8 locations?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and if my recollection is correct, you gave them numbers. I don't know if you recall what the actual numbers are.
Yes, they were 8 inside of 825, and those were 8 latent lifts.
Okay, but you found one right where we saw on the earlier close-up, one right next to where the key goes in for the cargo gate.
That's correct.
And then the 3 along this pillar to the left side that goes above the tailgate assembly.
That's correct.
And then a 5th one was over on the other side, sort of in shadows on the other side of the wheel cover.
That's correct.
Okay, now I'm going to switch to Exhibit 289. This is just a little side shot of the vehicle. I don't have it. I have a front shot, unfortunately, but the other 3 that you found, if I'm correct, one of them was actually on the inside passenger window, right under this side of the vehicle, right?
That's correct. It was
On the inside, right?
on the inside, yes.
And another one was on the inside of the passenger window of the rear window on the other side, on the passenger side, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that was 6 and 7. And then the 8th was actually found on the hood.
That's correct.
As if somebody would open a hood, might touch it and leave a fingerprint.
That's correct.
And you compared those fingerprints to the fingerprint standard of Mr. Stephen Avery.
Yes, I did.
And they did not match, correct?
No, they did not. That's correct.
And you went through a list of other people's standards that you compared to those unknown fingerprints. But am I correct that you did not and have not, as of today, ever compared fingerprint standards from Lieutenant James Lang or Sergeant Andrew Colborne to any of those fingerprints from the RAV4?
No, I did not.
I am correct. You did not, right?
I did not. You're right.
And still have not.
No.
No one has asked you to do that.
No, they have not.
Also, absent from that list of people who Mr. Fallon ran down with you, of standards that you compared, you did not compare any of the fingerprints of Mr. Scott Tadych, Tadych, did you?
No, I did not.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ask the answer to be stricken.
Court will order the answer to that question be stricken.
The standards that you listed on direct are the only ones that you've got to compare to the 8 unknown fingerprints on the RAV4.
That's correct.
Were there also some palm prints found?
Yes, sir, there was. One of those 8 locations did contain a palm print.
Okay, and you got actual palm print standards from all of those people as well.
That's correct.
And you did find a fingerprint of Mr. Avery's that matched a fingerprint or latent that was left or found on, as reported to you, on a headboard, right?
That's correct.
Do you know where the headboard came from?
I was informed it came from Mr. Avery's bedroom.
All right. So finding an owner's or occupant's fingerprint on one's own headboard would not be surprising, would it?
It would be expected.
All right. That's all I have of this witness.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions. Do you have any standards from Teresa HALBACH to assist you in making any comparisons?
No, I did not.
And as a fingerprint examiner, would you trust if someone were to bring you a box of her belongings and say, well, her prints are probably on there? As an examiner, would you use that in making a comparison?
If they were to bring me,
In other words, let me ask it, it's a poorly worded question. What do you need for a standard to assure yourself that you are making an accurate comparison and subsequent identification?
I would need a standard fingerprint card that was received by that individual, and we know that the prints on that card were hers.
All right. And if an item has been processed for the presence of DNA, in other words, swabbed, are you likely to find any kind of prints suitable for comparison after that has been done?
Not on the areas that were swabbed, no.
And that would include a key?
That's correct.
A gun?
That's correct.
Nothing else. Thank you.
A couple quick follow-up here. Do you have any information that you know what a .22 rifle looks like, right?
That's correct, sir. I do, yes.
Okay. Has a long wooden stock, right?
Yes.
That would be a good place maybe to find fingerprints.
Depends on the condition of the wood. Stocks usually aren't that great for that.
Okay, but you know, top of the barrel, lots of places on a rifle that might have suitable prints, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information that anybody from the DNA unit swabbed the complete surface all the way, top one end to the other of that rifle?
I couldn't say what areas were swabbed, sir.
Okay, and any areas that weren't swabbed might well have been suitable for you to look for fingerprints.
That's a possibility, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Very well. The witness is excused.
Judge, I would move the exhibits for the purposes stated.
Any objection?
As I see 498 and 497, is that it?
I believe so.
With respect to 497, only for the purposes discussed, fine.
Right.
And for 498, that's fine.
Very well. 497 and 498 are admitted.
Thank you.
Do I understand that the state's next witness is going to be appearing by telephone?
Yes,
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a short break, hopefully short, so you don't have to sit here while we're making arrangements for the telephone. We'll call you back in as soon as we're ready. You may be seated. Mr. Kratz, do you have the number to call?
that would help. Yes, I do. 817. We'll do this quietly.
Counsel, do I understand that the relevant exhibits that are going to be the subject of the testimony the witness has?
That's correct, and they are already exhibits that have been introduced here.
Already admitted, and he has both of them already marked, Judge.
All right. Who is the witness? Mr. Zimmerman? This is Judge Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, Judge.
All right. We're outside the presence of a jury at this time. In a few minutes, we'll bring them in. I will let Mr. Kratz. Mr. Kratz, are you going to be doing the examination?
I will. Perhaps the volume could be just a little louder.
I will let Mr. Kratz call you as a witness. We'll let you know when we're ready.
Mr. Zimmerman, can you hear me okay? Mr. Zimmerman?
I don't think your microphone is on.
Mr. Zimmerman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I heard that all just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman, can we hear you again? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Why don't you talk consistently for a few minutes while we adjust the volume here? You can tell us how the weather is there.
Well, today the weather is fairly cool and mild. It's approximately 50 degrees outside right now.
All right. When you are giving your testimony, I'm going to ask you to speak even a little closer into your phone or talk a little louder if you are as close as you can get. We can hear you here, but not quite as loud as everybody else.
All right.
All right. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
We are, Judge, yes.
Very well. We'll bring in the jury. You may be seated. At this time, the jury is back in the courtroom. Mr. Kratz, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Via telephone, Your Honor. we're going to be calling a gentleman by the name of Tony Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, are you able to hear us okay?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Zimmerman, I'm sure the clerk is going to ask you to raise your right hand.
I will take care of that at this time.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Mr. Zimmerman, this is Judge Willis. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand at this time. Do you have it raised?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Anthony Joseph Zimmerman, last name ZIMMERMAN.
Mr. Kratz, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, please do your best to speak up nice and loudly and right into the phone so we can all hear you, sir. How is it that you are employed?
I am employed with Singular Wireless.
And how are you employed, sir?
You mean my job title?
Your job title, yes.
I'm a network engineer.
Are you currently working in a specific department with Singular?
The department I work in, I am responsible for technical support on our voice.
On your voicemail platform?
That's correct.
There were some questions earlier in this trial, actually a couple of weeks ago, regarding some voicemails that had been received. Were you asked to appear today, either in person or by phone, to clear up some of those questions about voicemails?
Jawohl.
First of all, Mr. Zimmerman, how long have you been employed in that capacity?
In this capacity, I have been working for 8 years.
And what are your general duties as in the voicemail platform or as a network engineer?
Primarily responsible for ensuring our voicemail systems are running without errors and providing voicemail service to our customers.
As part of that occupation, Mr. Zimmerman, are you called upon from time to time to review records regularly kept by Singular?
Jawohl, I'm.
And in reviewing those records, specifically some of those records as they relate to voicemail, are you able to offer either opinions or explanations about what some of the terminology means in those records?
Jawohl, I am.
Mr. Zimmerman, could you please speak English for us? Our jury is not bilingual.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Sometime prior to your testimony, Mr. Zimmerman, you were provided with a couple of exhibits that have already been introduced into evidence in this case. One is exhibit number 361, and one is exhibit number 372. Do you have both of those exhibits in front of you at this time?
I have exhibit 361, and I believe I have exhibit 372, although it's not marked as such.
All right. We'll talk about 372 in just a minute. I'm going to have my colleague, Mr. Fallon, for the benefit of the jurors and everybody in the court, put up exhibit number 361. This is the Singular document that has previously been referred to and in fact was already received. And just for the record, Judge, as this is a document that includes telephone numbers, we would very much appreciate that the media not film at least this particular document.
I don't think the camera is aimed at the screen. Is there a cameraman back there? I guess it's really not aimed at the screen since there is nobody manning the camera. It doesn't seem to be aimed that way. So I think we'll be okay.
Mr. Zimmerman, this subscriber activity report, do you recognize this exhibit 361?
Jawohl, I recognize it.
All right. Now, as a network engineer in the technical support area, Mr. Zimmerman, have you been asked not only to review this particular report, but other reports that deal with the telephone, or excuse me, the wireless usage of a young woman by the name of Teresa HALBACH.
Jawohl, I have been.
Jawohl. Does that mean yes?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yes, I have been.
Let me first ask you, Mr. Zimmerman, after October 31st, 2005, at or about 2:27, excuse me, 2:41 p.m., have you been able to determine whether or not there was any what's called activity regarding Ms. HALBACH's cellular account?
I have not been able to determine whether there was any activity on that account.
All right. The question that I have of you, and I asked it in a negative way, so let me come right out and ask you. Was there any activity in Ms. HALBACH's account after that time?
Not from the mobile itself, no. There was no activity.
All right. Now, is there any way, Mr. Zimmerman, from you, that is from technical support or as a network engineer, to determine why that might be? In other words, although you can tell us that there was no activity, are you able, just by looking at the record, to determine why a particular account may be inactive?
Because there was no billing activity taking place.
All right. As an example, Mr. Zimmerman, if this particular telephone, the cell phone of Ms. HALBACH, had been used, even for something like checking a voicemail account, would that be an activity that you, through your review of the records, would have been able to see?
Jawohl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry again. Yes, that's correct.
And again, sometime after 2:20, excuse me, 2:21 p.m., excuse me, 2:41 p.m., on the 31st of October, it's your testimony that there was no such activity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Next, Mr. Zimmerman, I'd like to clear up one last area, and that is exhibit number 372. You said that you may not know it as such, or at least as a document that is marked as an exhibit or a state's exhibit, but you have in front of you a 4-page document which identifies various voicemails that, again, are specifically related to Teresa HALBACH's account.
Jawohl, I have this document in front of me.
And I would just ask you, as we discuss this, I would ask you to consider that 4-page document as exhibit number 372, if in fact we refer to it as such. Are you able to do that for us?
Jawohl, I am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fallon, if you would be so kind as to zoom into any of the messages, it doesn't make any difference to me. Let's just look at message number 2. The second message down, at least on our screen. Mr. Zimmerman, on page number 1 of that exhibit, do you see something called message number 2?
Jawohl, I see it.
Now, within that message, or within the details of that message, there is some jargon that is used that I would ask you to tell our jurors what it means. First of all, when something says received, do you see where you see that the message or the voicemail was received?
Jawohl, I see that.
Could you describe for the jurors what does it mean to, at least on this document, that a voicemail was received?
That is the time and date stamp that the message was recorded into the voicemail box in the voicemail system.
When it says 11/2/2005, is that the date that a voicemail for Ms. HALBACH was actually received into her voicemail box?
Jawohl, that's correct.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Yeah,
correct you.
yes. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I will try. Yes, that's correct.
And what does 1428 mean?
That correlates to 2:28 p.m. in the afternoon.
All right. Is there anything within that detail of that message, or in fact, any of the 18 messages that we are going to see in exhibit number 372 that describes for you the time or date when that message may have been retrieved by somebody?
This is no such data in this report.
Now, there are two other terms that I would ask you to identify for us. First of all, what is an unopened message?
It is simply a message that has not been saved, and one can draw the conclusion that it was either listened to or skipped while the playback was taking place.
And once again, when a message is not saved, that is, whether it's been listened to or skipped or not, does that tell us anything about when that message might have been retrieved or listened to?
I'm sorry. No. That does not tell us anything about that.
Ask Mr. Fallon to turn to page 2, if he would, about 2/3 of the way down the page. And Mr. Zimmerman, I ask you to look at that as well. It appears to say number of unopened messages, 8. Do you see that?
Jawohl, I'm sorry. Yes, I see that.
Can you describe for the jury what that means?
That is the total count of messages that are marked unopened and that have not been saved in the mailbox.
Other than unopened messages, there is something that is called an old message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is an old message?
Are you being serious? An old message refers to a message that had been saved in the mailbox.
If a message has been saved in the mailbox, are you able, as a network engineer in the technical support area, able to render an opinion as to whether that has physically been listened to?
It has. Yes, I can render an opinion that it has been listened to at least partially and most likely entirely.
And is there a manual or some human component to that which requires that message to be saved?
Jawohl, there is. One must interact via the keys on their handset or telephone.
Janet, that was a yes. I would ask Mr. Fallon to turn to the last page. That's page 4 of this exhibit. That's exhibit number 372. Ask you also, Mr. Zimmerman, to look at that on page 4. Ask if you can tell us how many old messages was there that were related to Miss Halbach's voicemail.
There are 10. 10.
Of those 10 retrieved or saved messages, is there any way for your company and for you, as its representative and network engineer, to tell this jury when those messages may have been listened to?
I cannot determine when exactly these messages were listened to. No, 9.
Mr. Zimmerman, with a singular voicemail account, is it possible to retrieve or listen to a voice message remotely? That is, from a phone other than the cell phone for which that voicemail attaches to?
Jawohl, that is possible.
Janet, that was a yes. Can you tell the jury how that works, please?
Well, someone can call either the mobile number itself from, say, a landline telephone as the voice message begins playing the greeting. One can interrupt that greeting with a key press and enter that mailbox password and gain full access to the mailbox just as if they were the subscriber.
So if...
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Besides calling the mobile number itself, they can also call the voicemail system number. There is a phone number associated with the voicemail system, and that will simply place them into a generic greeting in which they can enter the mobile 10-digit number to access the mailbox that way.
So, if I understand correctly, if somebody wanted to access Ms. Halbach's voice messages, remotely that is, using a phone other than Ms. Halbach's cell phone, they could do so either by calling her phone number and putting in a password. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or they could call the singular system itself and enter what would be a 10-digit number as well as the password number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And once again, if somebody knew the password, if somebody knew or figured out a password for this particular cell phone account, it wouldn't necessarily have to be the owner or holder of that account to retrieve those. Is that fair?
That's correct.
I think that clears up those two areas and those few questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Zimmerman, and I will pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Mr. Zimmerman, just a second. I want to ask, are the members of the jury able to hear okay? I had maintenance turn the fan off. Hopefully we won't have trouble breathing, but I think for the duration of this witness testimony, it works better. Mr. Bruton?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Zimmerman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I am not deaf.
Good afternoon. This is Jerome Buting. I'm one of the defense attorneys for Mr. Avery, who's on trial here today, okay?
Okay.
If you could explain for me a couple of things, I would appreciate it. First of all, when one calls into a voicemail account like this one, Mr. Fallon, could you put that last page back up again, please? When one calls into the voicemail and you get a message that says you have, 18 messages holding, is that how it works?
It usually plays the number of messages you have that are new.
Okay, so the very first message that comes on are the most recent messages. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if somebody hasn't checked their phone for a while and 18 messages have built up into the system, when you start listening to it the first time, does it play the most recent messages first and go in reverse order, chronologically?
It will play the oldest message first.
Okay. So it will start off with number 1 and go chronologically up to 18. Is that right?
Jawohl. Yes.
Thank you. So in turning to exhibit number 372 for a moment to page 2, we're just putting it up on the screen. Bear with us. Okay. So on page 2, about 2/3 of the way down, it says incoming old messages. Do you see that?
Jawohl, I do.
And the date of that is October 31st of 2005 at 1:54 p.m., right?
The date for that particular message, that's just below the heading. Yes, that's correct.
So if one was to call in after all these 18 messages had built up into the account, this would be the first one that would play. Is that right?
That's not totally correct, no. Would you like me to expand on that?
Yes, please.
If there are new messages in the account, those new messages will play in chronological order, starting with the oldest message. Now, if there are no new messages in the mailbox, then it will begin playing the skipped or unopened messages first.
From the oldest to the most recent.
Yes, that is correct.
Maybe you need to define for us what you mean by new messages. If there's new messages received, what does that mean?
A new message would be one that has not been listened to at all.
Okay, so taking this account and these records, if all 18 of these messages built into the account without any of them having been listened to, when one first called to access that account, would it start at this message that we're looking at on page 2 that says October 31st of 2005 at 1:54 p.m.?
Yes, I believe that's the oldest message in the mailbox, so yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, and then from this record, you can tell that someone did listen to that message, right?
That's correct, jawohl.
And as well as, if you follow with me on this document, message 2, message 3, turning to page 3 of the document, all of those up to the last one on page 4, can you turn to that one, Dean? And sir, if you would turn to the last page, this is the last one, message number 10, that appears to be categorized as an old message. Is that right?
That's right.
And the date and time on this one is November 2nd, 2005 at 8:05 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
So from this record then, does it appear to you that 10 messages were opened and listened to, or at least partially listened to, as you said, between October 31st, the first one we looked at, and this 10th one on November 2nd at 8:05?
I can determine when they were listened to or saved based on these records.
I understand. I'm not asking you that. What I'm asking you is it clear from these records, though, that those first 10 messages in chronological order were opened and listened to?
Jawohl. Yes, that is apparent.
Okay. And then turning to page 1 again of this exhibit, to message number 1 on this exhibit for the net, on page 1 and 2, there's a sequence of 8 messages that appear to be under this category that says incoming unopened messages. Do you see that?
1 second, I'm searching. Jawohl, I see that.
Do I understand then that the incoming unopened means they've not been listened to?
No. They are actually marked in the system as having been listened to, but not saved.
And how would that be? How do you listen to it and not save it?
And you simply don't interact with the headset. You don't interact. You don't press any keys and save keys. You don't press the save key and it will stay in the state. You can press, say, for instance, a pound key to skip the message, but listen to the next one. But as long as you don't save them, they will stay in this state after listening to them.
Okay, so when it says unopened messages, it doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't listened to at all.
No, it simply means that they have not been saved.
Okay, and can you tell that they have been listened to?
At least partially. They have been marked as listened to in the system, but if one message was to begin playing and the skip key was pressed, that would also mark it as having been listened to in the system.
Okay, so how does this differ from the opened messages?
The opened messages have been saved. The saved key has been pressed after listening to the message in its entirety, or at least partially, which marks the message as saved, also known as hold.
Hold. And I'm trying to get clear the difference here then. So these 8 messages that are marked as incoming unopened messages, it's your testimony that someone did open them and listen to them, at least partially, and then either let them play all the way through and not interact and save, or push some button that skips to the next before they're completed.
Yeah, well, that's my testimony.
Okay, and when you do that, they are automatically saved as incoming unopened messages.
Jawohl, they stay in the mailbox as incoming unopened messages.
Okay, and then when one listens to them and at the end of each message chooses to push a button to save them, that's when they get classified as incoming opened messages. Do I have that right?
They are actually classified as incoming old messages.
All right. Then from this document, can we determine then that in chronological order, the first 10 messages were opened and saved, each one manually by pushing a button beginning on October 31st. Is that right?
Jawohl.
But the next 8 were listened to or skipped, but not saved.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. Can you tell from these records whether or not someone listened to any voicemails and then erased them?
I cannot tell from this record that has been done. No.
And can you tell from her account what this capacity for messages would be before you get a message that says the mailbox is full?
There is a way to tell that on an active voicemail box via a different report, but this report does not show that information.
Okay. From your experience, your years in business, if you look at these, by the way, let me go back for a second. Is the capacity determined by like the length of the call or the number of the calls?
It is considered there are limitations placed on both the length and each message and also the number of messages that can be stored in the mailbox.
Okay. And the length of these messages are also indicated on this report, right? Each message has a third line down from the top says audio, and then a number with parentheses, like seconds.
Yes, that's correct.
So, for instance, on page number 1, message number 1, under unopened, where it says audio, 69 seconds, that means it was a 69-second phone call?
That's correct.
Okay. Whew. Looking, if you would, for a moment then, at the length of all of these calls combined together with the number being 18, do you have an opinion about whether or not this would fill up the capacity of this subscriber's voicemail box, these messages?
This appears that it would not have filled up the full capacity of the mailbox.
All right. And so if one was getting a message on November 3rd when calling this particular phone number that said mailbox full, would that indicate to you that perhaps some messages that or that some messages had been erased that are not reflected on this exhibit number 372?
Well, if somebody heard the recording that the mailbox was full on November 3rd, then I would say, yes, at least one or more messages have been removed before the new message at the top of this document was received.
Okay. And there's no way to tell what date or time in this sequence that message or messages might have been that was erased.
There is no way to determine that from this record, no.
Okay. And is there also no way to tell what time, I assume, if someone called in, what time it would have been erased?
Not from this record, no.
I have just a couple other questions that I don't know that you can answer or not, but they have to do with trying to access one's account, such as this one, online. Are you familiar with that process at all?
From the internet?
Correct. From yoursingularwireless.com.
From our company website, I'm not aware of a function we have that allows that.
Maybe it's not the company website, but are you aware that customers can go online and access their accounts and find out, the call activity, what their last phone calls were?
Yes, yes, I am familiar with that feature.
Okay. And to do that, does one have to have a username and a password set up?
Yeah. In order to access your billing account records, yes.
But if you have that information as a username and a password, you can then access the billing records, which would give you, for instance, the most recent call activity on that account. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If you have the password, but you don't have the username, you're not going to be able to access that account.
If you are unable to correctly put in the username, yes, that's correct, you will not be able to access it.
Okay. So you have to know both the username and the password to be able to access the account.
Jawohl.
And the password for that account online may or may not be the same as the password one enters to access their voicemail account.
I believe that's true. However, I'm not 100% familiar with our online account security requirement.
All right. So you don't know, for instance, whether an online password requires numbers and letters, whereas the phone probably just numbers.
That's correct, jawohl.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have.
Mr. Kratz, any redirect?
No, Mr. Zimmerman has been very helpful. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, you may hang up at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One very brief witness, Judge. It's very well right at this time. If I could call him.
All right, we'll take one more witness then before break.
We would recall Mike HALBACH to the stand, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Michael Daniel HALBACH, HALBACH.
And Mike, please, remind the jurors how it is that you know Teresa HALBACH.
Teresa is my sister.
And how are you employed, Mr. HALBACH?
I work for the Green Bay Packers in the video department as a video assistant.
As a video assistant with the Green Bay Packers, are you or have you been provided with a cell phone from the Green Bay Packers?
Yes, I have.
Mike, upon learning of your sister's disappearance or that she was missing, did you take any steps to try to ascertain where she was, including trying to access her voicemail messages?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that, Mike?
My mom had called me that Thursday, November 3rd, that afternoon about Teresa and wondering if I knew where she was. And I didn't. So I had a feeling that I might know her voicemail password, because my mom had said that she had tried calling and Teresa's inbox was full. So I guess what I was interested in was why it was full or when the first new message was received in her inbox. And so, that's why I did call her voicemail.
You said that you had called that on the 3rd of November?
That's correct.
Do you recall making that call, Mike?
I do.
And were you able to accurately guess her password?
Yes, it wasn't very difficult.
Okay. How'd you do that?
I had a feeling what it was because from previous testimony. I said I did some website design for her and her password for that included her birthday, the month and day, and that was successful in getting into her voicemail.
She used her birth date as her password?
Yes.
Mike, when you called your sister's voicemail on the 3rd of November, do you recall what message you first got? Now, I don't want to talk about the messages that were retrieved, but the automated message. Do you remember what that said?
It just told me how many new voicemail messages there were.
Do you have a recollection of how many there were?
I know that there were 18.
So some automated voice said 18 new messages or something like that?
Correct.
Did you listen to at least some of those messages that day?
I did.
Did you listen to all of them?
I believe that I did.
Okay. Did you save some of them or save all of them or skip them or tell the jury what you did?
Like I said, what was important to me was I knew that the first new voicemail message was for Monday afternoon sometime. So after hearing that I was, extremely worried just because she checks her voicemail, a number of times every day. You know, she carries her cell phone with her all the time. So that, I was worried about that. So then I listened to the first few messages, or I ended up listening to all the messages. But as I listened to the first half or so, I would save them when I was done with them. And then I started to get into messages that were, later in the week, Tuesday night, Wednesday. And at that point, the messages just, didn't tell me anything about where Teresa was. Just, it was a lot of stuff about work and friends and calling about, what they were going to do that weekend. So I did begin to skip them. But yeah, I do believe I listened to at least parts of all 18 messages. But I did not save, I must have saved half of them.
And the verification that it was you, in fact, on the 3rd of November, that afternoon, that accessed her voicemail. Were you able to verify that through the Green Bay Packers and through their telephone records that could verify or remind you that that was the time and date that you accessed the voicemail?
I was able to, yes.
All right. For this issue, that's all I have of this witness, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross?
Very brief, Judge.
Go ahead.
Mr. Halbach, as you listened to these messages, you said you saved some and didn't save the rest. You just kind of let them play and skip through, hear a little bit and skip through it. Is that your recollection?
Right.
Did you erase any of the messages?
I don't believe I erased any messages.
All right. Thank you.
Very well. You're excused. Counsel, we'll see you in 15 minutes then.
Thank you.
At this time, we're back on the record outside the presence of a jury. Counsel, is the state ready to call another witness?
I am, Judge. I wanted to place one thing on the record. In criminal cases, Judge, it is permissible for testimony to be taken by telephone. It does require, however, the acquiescence of the defense. And the defendant, I understood from Mr. Strang, prior to calling Mr. Zimmerman, that, in fact, that procedure, for the limited purpose of Mr. Zimmerman, was agreed to. I simply wanted to make a record of that before the close of this case.
All right. Mr. Strang.
Yes, Mr. Kratz is exactly right. We discussed this before Mr. Zimmerman testified. Given the nature of this witness, the purpose of his testimony, the manner in which his testimony was taken by telephone, we think adequately satisfies both state and federal constitutional rights to confrontation. We agreed to the procedure, acquiesced in that, and have no objection to it as it's happened. As to that witness, of course.
All right, and I should indicate, the court has been told in chambers earlier that the parties had an agreement. I should probably have put something on the record before we had the witness testify, but the counsel let me know before the witness did testify that they would be putting something on the record.
Right, it was discussed before the witness testified.
And the last matter that I had for the record, Judge, yesterday, so that Mr. LeBeau could find his way back to Virginia or do his travels, rather than calling Investigator WIEGERT, who would have packaged, and part of his testimony would have included the packaging of the vial of blood, which of course would have more appropriately, or at least chronologically, had been taken yesterday. The defense had agreed to taking Dr. LeBeau out of order to accommodate that schedule. I don't think that we need to tell the jury that Investigator WIEGERT, who is our next witness, is taken out of order. I'm simply explaining that for the jury that was an agreement between ourselves and Mr. Strang and Mr. Buting.
Explaining it for the court?
I'm sorry?
You said you were explaining it for the jury. You don't intend to tell the jury?
I don't, Judge. I wanted to place that on the record because this is a witness who would normally have been called yesterday. But with the acquiescence, once again, and approval of Mr. Strang, we had agreed to call Mr. WIEGERT today. and we intend to do that next.
Mr. Strang.
For the convenience of Mr. LeBeau and for the state, Mr. Buting and I had agreed yesterday that Mr. WIEGERT could be taken out of order just as it's happening. There is no objection at all to it, and there is no need for the jury to be party to that agreement.
Very well. In terms of scheduling, I know again from Chambers and the court has been meeting with the attorneys regularly before we get started just to have some idea about what the testimony for the day will be. Does the defence intend to cross-examine Mr. WIEGERT just on the transmittal issue, or more broadly than that? I know there was some discussion that he might be called as part of a defence case.
No, I think at least the anticipation is that we will just cover on cross-examination here all that we have. I expect to be able to finish that comfortably by 4:30 or quite possibly before 4:30. And, you know, it could happen that we recall him in the defence case, but I'm not anticipating that at the moment.
Very well. We'll bring the jury out at this time. You may be seated. Mr. Kratz, at this time you may call your next witness.
Thank you. State will call Mark WIEGERT to the stand.
Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Mark WIEGERT, WIEGERT, W-I-E-G-E-R-T.
Mr. WIEGERT, tell us how you are employed, please.
I am an investigator for Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
All in total, about 15 years. 14 with Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been an investigator?
Around 5 years, going on 5 years.
And what are your general duties as a Calumet County investigator?
We investigate all types of crimes, from obviously the worst homicide to burglaries, thefts, sexual assaults, various nature of things.
So you have general investigative responsibilities?
I do.
With that occupation and with those duties, sometime in November of 2005, were you informed of a missing persons investigation?
Yes, actually, on November 3rd, our department received a call from the HALBACH family indicated that they had some concerns about their daughter, that she possibly was missing. They did not know where she was. I did not take the original call. One of our road deputies did, and then contacted me.
Were you in charge of, or what's known as, the lead investigator in that missing persons investigation?
Yes, I was the one who received the call from the road deputy. At that point, I was the lead investigator on it, correct?
Now, we have heard a great deal of testimony about how that case developed thereafter. Let me just ask you, though, if you remember the early days of the missing persons investigation, that is, the 3rd or 4th of November.
Yes, I do, in fact.
Tell the jury, if you would, just the general areas of investigative responsibility of those first couple of days. In other words, what kinds of leads were you following up on?
Well, anytime you get a missing persons complaint, your first 24 to 48 hours are very important. As well, for watching TV. But the first night, when we initially got the phone call, I initially met with the road officer who had previously been at the HALBACH residence and telephoned him. I'm not clear if she went there or telephoned them. When she came in by my name, she had already talked to the HALBACH briefly, and then we both went up to Teresa's residence, where we met with Karen and Tom HALBACH, which would be Teresa's parents. We also met with several of her friends who had shown up at that time, and also her roommate. We did some brief interviews, basically, to find out where she might have gone. Then, if there was any reason, if there had been any depression, any medication issues, anything like that. We talked to the family. We talked to Mr. Blowdog, who would be the roommate. We talked to a lot of friends who had arrived there. We also had received a printout of some phone calls, a phone bill. That Teresa's phone bill, actually. So we have taken that and tried to do some reverse direction. Thanks to find out who some phone calls had been made to. We also contacted Autotrader because we knew that she had worked for Autotrader and that they had given us some information, some appointments that she was supposed to have on the 31st. So we started following up on those types of things on that Thursday night. We went as long as we could on Thursday night, which I think we worked till probably 11:30, maybe midnight or so. We decided that we would meet back first thing Friday morning. I think we actually came in early, around 7 in the morning. That morning we sat down, myself, 2 other investigators, and the sheriff. Actually, we sat down and put together kind of what we know at that point and decided we would start doing some interviews.
Let me just stop you there, investigator, because I'm quite certain Mr. Strang would prefer I do this more by question and answer. The 4th, that is the Friday, the 4th of November. Did your missing persons investigation continue?
Yes, it did.
All right. And we have heard some of the details of that missing persons investigation, but so that I can move to the area of concern for why you are being called at this moment as a witness. The next day, that is, the 5th of November, were you informed of, and in fact, did you participate in a phone call from a Pam Stern?
I did. You probably heard the phone call earlier in testimony. While we had received a phone call at around 10:29 in the morning that Saturday from Pam Stern. She had indicated that she had located a vehicle matching the description of Teresa's vehicle.
Now, so that this jury understands, prior to that phone call, and in fact, the prior 48 hours at least, had you been in contact with Manitowoc County authorities, specifically a Detective Dave Remaker?
Yes, among other people, I had been asking him to do some things for us. We were out doing some things, depending where the jurisdiction lies, that's correct.
On the 5th, then, on the morning of the 5th, understanding that Ms. HALBACH, or what was suspected to be Ms. HALBACH's vehicle, was found on the Avery salvage property itself. Did you agree to meet Detective Remaker and other law enforcement officials out at that location?
Yes, actually, after we had gotten a phone call, I had phoned Detective Remaker to let him know that we had just received information that Teresa's vehicle was possibly found. So I immediately called Detective Remaker. Obviously, because it's in Manitowoc County, I told Detective Remaker that I knew at that time and told him that he probably should get out there as soon as possible, and that we would be on our way out there to assist him in any way we could.
Right. Now, as we have heard from the last 4 weeks, investigative efforts continued from the 5th of November, really up through mid-February of this year, 2007. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And as you sit here today, Investigator WIEGERT, if an investigative lead, or if there was something relevant in this case, would you act upon that even during the trial?
I would, or I would have somebody else do it for me, yes.
Let's talk about blood planting, all right? Were you aware, or let me ask it this way. When, if ever, were you first made aware that the defense, that is, somebody to my left, would have alleged or was going to allege that there was going to be a law enforcement officer involved in planting some evidence in this case?
Specifically, in December of '06, we had gotten word that Mr. Avery had indicated that the blood had been planted by two specific officers.
All right. Let's back up a little bit. The planting of evidence and the planting of a specific blood vial, do you understand that to be two different issues?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's break that into its components then. When you were first informed that a vial of Stephen Avery's blood existed anywhere within the confines of Manitowoc County?
Again, that would have been back in December of '06, is when I first was made aware of that.
Now, before December of '06, were you asked to check into that very possibility?
Absolutely. We had, as part of the investigation, and again, as you had indicated before, the defense had there were some comments made about planting issues. We did the best we could at that time. We searched in all the places which would logically think there might be some DNA, blood, things like that. I believe it was April of '06. I had contacted the Detective Rimica at the Manitowoc County and said, this is what I'm hearing. What I'm needing to do is check for evidence at the Sheriff's Department. Tell me, do you have any type of blood, DNA, things like that? Detective Rimica reported back to me. He indicated that they had fingernail scrapings, hair samples, DNA swabs from Mr. Avery. And as you know, the DNA swabs have already been introduced here. He indicated DNA swabs were still sealed by the Crown Lab.
This is hearsay, Your Honour. Objection.
It's not. If investigative bias is, in fact, still going to be part of the defense in this case, Judge, it is not for the truth of the matter, but for what this lead investigator did in response to that.
As I understand it, it's been offered to explain why the officer acted as he did, not because of the truth of the matter. He can testify to it as to his understanding of what the state of the facts were. At some point, I suppose there may be more detail than necessary, but generally I will allow him to answer the question.
And I will just ask you, investigator, if you can withhold saying what somebody else might have said. In other words, quoting another officer, we would very much appreciate that. But what you learned is what I'm interested in.
Sure.
All right. Were you able then to determine back in April of 2006 that Manitowoc County, that is, the law enforcement officials within Manitowoc County, did not, in fact, have Stephen Avery's blood?
Yes, they did not have Stephen Avery's blood.
Were you asked and were you able to verify that any other DNA sample, like a buccal swab that we have heard about, the Q-tip swab, that they were in the possession of Manitowoc, were in a sealed, that is, a non-contaminated, pristine, if you will, form?
This, again, it's not relevant if it's not for the truth. So there's hearsay and confrontation objections.
Well, at this point I'm going to sustain objection on the grounds the question is leading, for the purpose of which the court understands it's been offered. I don't believe it's irrelevant.
All right. Could you tell me, regarding buccal swabs, what, if anything, you were able to determine?
I determined that the buccal swabs at the custody of Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, located in their evidence room, and that those buccal swabs were packaged and sealed.
Same objection.
I think the witness has to testify in terms of his understanding rather than what he learned. I'm not sure, Mr. Strang, if that addressed your objection or not.
It would, that's right, as long as it's clear that he's relying on information given to him by others, and we're just learning this to explain why Investigator WIEGERT then acts on what others are telling him.
I think, taking into account the validity of Mr. Strang's objection, I will instruct the jury at this point that the answers this witness has given are relevant to the extent they deal with the motivation for action as he did, not for the truth of any of the information which may have been passed on to him.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Strang, does that address your concern?
Yes, for the moment it does. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kratz, you may proceed.
Thank you. The same inquiry or the same satisfaction to yourself and the prosecution team, were you asked to determine whether any DNA samples were in the custody of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I was.
And were you able to make that determination?
Yes, I did contact the State Crime Lab, and we actually spoke with, I believe it was Sherry Colhane, and she informed me and indicated to me that they did not have any blood from Stephen Avery at the crime lab.
All right. Satisfying yourself that law enforcement didn't have any blood, that the crime lab didn't have any blood. By the way, did you inquire or make any other inquiries about Stephen Avery's blood of anyone?
I don't know that I made any other inquiries at that point.
Okay, let me ask you, Investigator WIEGERT. At that point in the investigation, this is April of 06, the spring of 06, who were the law enforcement agencies heading up or leading this investigation?
Calumet County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Criminal Investigations.
At that time, in the spring of 06, did you have any reason to believe that there was a vial of Stephen Avery's blood or any biological material within the clerk of court's office in Manitowoc County?
No, I would have no way of knowing that. I don't routinely check clerk of court's offices for substances such as that. I mean, to my knowledge, at that time, it would have been stored somewhere in another facility, like a law enforcement facility, for several reasons. It's biological hazard number one. I wouldn't think that would just be where it was.
Then, back to my original question. When was the first time that you were informed that the Manitowoc County Clerk of Court's office had a vial of blood in their possession or control?
On or about December 13th or 14th of 2006.
All right. After being informed of the existence of a blood vial in Manitowoc County in the Clerk of Court's office, were you asked to investigate the facts and circumstances regarding that blood vial?
Yes, we were.
Were you asked, Investigator WIEGERT, and in fact, did you determine who had access to the Manitowoc Clerk of Court's office, including who had the keys, who had the codes to the entrance doors? Generally, in fact, not just generally, but specifically, who had access to that particular file?
This goes well beyond any relevant purpose and presents both hearsay and confrontational problems here. There would be no other reason for offering this other than to suggest the truth.
Mr. Kratz.
I may agree. That's not relevant, at least after yesterday. But if this is still going to be a part of the defense, this is clearly relevant to the facts in this particular case.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I don't know that this witness is the one to answer that. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. Let me jump ahead then, Investigator Wiegert. Sometime in mid-December, were you, for the first time, invited to actually view this vial of blood?
Yes, on December, I want to say the 14th, I went to the courthouse with people from the prosecution side and several members of the defense. And that was the first time I viewed that blood.
And we saw a videotape. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before that the defense had showed. Did that actually depict the opening of that particular packaging and the first time that you saw that vial?
Yes, it did.
Investigator Wiegert, sometime thereafter, were you asked by the prosecution team, after a court order had been issued, to actually package up or take that vial of blood and do something with it?
Yes, pursuant to the court orders, I went to the clerk's office in Manitowoc. At the courthouse, I believe that was on February 5th, my recollection of this year. I was, and then provided the clerk with a copy of the court had provided me for release of the blood vial. I took the blood vial into my possession and then transported it back here to Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
Now, February 5th of this year, just to put this in perspective, it's the same time that this trial was starting. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Investigator Wiegert, as you are putting your gloves on, you can do two things at once. I'm going to have you look at the large screen, Exhibit 471, which has already been admitted in this case. It's a photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's a picture that was taken. I can't say when the picture was taken. Probably one of the ones that I took on in December. Actually, when we first opened that blood vial package, would be my guess.
When you saw that blood vial, as was shown in the videotape, did the 10-year-old vial of blood still appear to be in non-coagulated or in liquid form?
Yes, we actually, as you seen in the video yesterday, we actually took the styrofoam box, moved it back and forth, and you could see the blood actually moving in there.
All right. Moving on to February 5th. Tell the jury what you did.
On February 5th, when I picked the blood vial up and I transported it back here to the sheriff's department, I took it down to our evidence room where I unpackaged it from that package, and I took the vial out, and the vial was placed actually into this red container that you see right here. Inside this red container, there is another glass container. I first put it inside that glass container, and then it went inside this red container. Then it was sealed evidence tagged by me and initialed by me.
Now, Dr. LeBeau, I think, testified about that particular exhibit and that that's a kind of packaging that you, even in law enforcement, don't typically see. Is that right?
No, this was actually provided to us by the FBI, the red packaging here.
All right.
Mr. Kratz, I think the exhibit number should be placed on the record.
Right. Is that Exhibit 478?
It is?
Were you informed then, investigator, that at some point, at least at some point after February 5th, that the FBI, the federal law enforcement investigative body, was going to attempt to do some analysis of that vial of blood?
Yes, if I could just stand back a second. On February 5th, I was the one that turned this over to the FBI. And then we did learn that they would be attempting to do some testing for us.
All right. And you were in court yesterday. You heard the results of that testing. Is that right?
Absolutely, I did.
Now, notwithstanding the possibility of getting some results from the FBI, had you and an investigator Fassbender, as lead investigators, performed another or a parallel investigation as to the allegations of planting, specifically by Lieutenant Link and Sergeant Colburn?
Absolutely. I mean, I felt I can't speak for Mr. Fassbender, but I felt it was our duty that we had to do everything we could to find out, one way or another, whether it was true or it wasn't true, and we did do that.
And yesterday, there was a scientific opinion that was offered. Without going into the investigative efforts that you did, was that investigation completed, your parallel investigation?
To the best that we could, yeah.
You said that you packaged that file yourself and you provided it to the FBI. Could you just explain, just briefly, and I'm almost finished with you, investigator, but just briefly, the transmittal protocol, that is, how evidence gets from you, in this case, to the FBI?
Sure. What we do is we contact the most local FBI office. In our case here, that is the Green Bay office. And in order for something to be submitted to their lab, it has to go through the local office. Things actually go from the local office, in this case, Green Bay. They have to go from there to Milwaukee. And there, they are putting their own labels on, is packaged, and things like that in Milwaukee. And then it goes out to Virginia. That's the only way we are allowed to submit things through that chain. So what I did is that I had to turn it over to an agent by the name of Agent Hammond from Green Bay. Then I believe I went to Milwaukee from there.
For this purpose, Judge, that is all the questions I have of Mr. Wiegert. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Strang, are you going to be doing the cross?
I am. Judge, I just have a couple of questions. I thought I don't usually like to do this, but...
Do I keep this on?
I'm not going to tell a guy how to dress. Do as you please. Usually I would start at my own place, but I just thought I was curious with the last couple of questions you were asked. Are you saying that under the rules of the FBI, you weren't allowed to send that directly to the lab?
That's my understanding, that I can't send it directly to Virginia.
Okay, so you had to give it to an FBI agent in Green Bay.
Who was the closest agent, correct?
Right.
To transport down?
Closest, what they call a residence office.
Yes.
And then he wasn't allowed to send it to the lab. He had to send it to the Milwaukee office.
Yes.
Of the FBI.
I'm sorry. My understanding is that they do the packaging in Milwaukee and things go out from there.
All right.
So Milwaukee is probably the regional office.
Okay. So the FBI Green Bay sent it to FBI Milwaukee and they repackaged it in some fashion then. Were the Milwaukee people allowed to send it to the lab?
It did go to the lab from Milwaukee.
Any idea how long this all took?
I can tell you it made it to Milwaukee the same day I turned it over to the agents. From there, I have no knowledge of that.
You prevailed on the FBI agents in Green Bay to drive it right down to Milwaukee?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go back, because you are the initial lead investigator, as you said, in this case, obviously, and then sort of split your duties as lead investigator with Mr. Fassbender.
That's correct.
And it is, if we call you a case agent in this case, is that a term you are familiar with?
You can call me that, sure.
Okay. I mean, is that a term you use?
Generally not a term that we use.
Lead investigator?
That's probably.
That works for me, so.
Sure.
So the two of you shared those duties because this was a larger investigation.
Yes, sir.
But you had it first in the sense that the person who took the call, she wasn't in the business of investigation. She wasn't in your investigation bureau, so she quite properly referred it to an investigator.
That was correct. She was a road officer.
You actually went out to Teresa HALBACH's home that very first evening. I don't know. I don't remember now. I'm not sure it really matters, but 6:30, something like that.
Somewhere in that area, yes.
Met with HALBACH family members, as you said, and friends.
That's correct.
Now, this was, at that point, a missing persons investigation, and a missing persons investigation, I guess, only at that point.
Yes.
You were able to, I guess, not you personally, but you watched others gain access to the singular accounts on the website that we have heard about.
Don't know that I watched them. I know I was provided with a printout that they had gotten off the computer.
Okay, all right. Did you personally try to call Teresa's cell phone?
I did, as well as I believe the initial officer had tried calling before me. But yes, I did.
Okay, and may not have been the only officer who did that.
Probably not.
Did you get a message that Miss HALBACH's voicemail box was full when you called?
Trying to recall the exact. I got the impression it was full, and I don't remember what it says, but I had the impression that it was full, yes. I don't exactly remember the verbiage that it says,
Right, okay.
but yeah,
The understanding you came away with was that the mailbox was full.
I believe so, yeah.
Do you think you made that call the evening of November 3rd, that first night?
I think I did, to the best of my recollection.
You didn't listen to any voicemail messages?
I did not.
You certainly didn't erase any voicemail messages.
I did not.
Okay. Now, what did happen is, while you were still at Miss HALBACH's home, you got a call from Lieutenant James Link.
Eventually I did. However, there were some things that happened before that. I had made the initial call to Manitowoc County.
Talked with Sergeant Colburn and Detective Remiker. I'm not sure which order.
Initially, I called dispatch. They had Sergeant Colburn call me back, and then later that evening, I believe, I probably spoke with Rhonda and Link later that evening.
Okay. And it was Link who called you?
Yes, he did call me.
You know, just sort of get this out of the way. You, at that point, had no idea that Mr. Link and Mr. Colburn had had their depositions taken in the civil lawsuits that Stephen Avery had brought?
No, I would have no reason to know that.
And you didn't learn that until sometime last summer, the summer of '06 probably?
That's correct.
Now, one of the things you were doing that first night, November 3, was trying to, get a handle on who were the closest people in Miss HALBACH's life, so to speak.
Well, among other things, we wanted to know, obviously, who her friends were and what kind of family she had, because I didn't know Teresa
Sure.
at that time. Didn't know her family at the time, so I wanted to know who her family was, who her friends were, among other things, like where she might have went, follow the last 24 hours, something like that.
Exactly. Who would be likely to hear from her frequently, and what her circle of friends was, what her business circle was, that kind of
That's correct.
thing. And what you try to do in a missing persons investigation is figure out where we think, as best we can find out, where do we think this person was last seen and last heard from, and then let's try to work from there.
That's true. It's more of a process of elimination.
Sure.
And anything, at that point, when you have you're a broad perspective at this time, and you hope to narrow that down.
Okay. And so, in addition to family members and friends, you learned something about her business life, if you will, Tom Pierce and the photography business.
Yeah, I had learned I'm not sure when I learned it, but I learned eventually that she had a business up in Green Bay, a photography business in Green Bay.
And then the auto trader freelance work.
Yes.
Or part-time commission work that she did.
Right.
Okay. And then, sort of her social circle, which would include, obviously, family members with a close family like this, and also friends who aren't family members.
Yes.
She had a roommate, Scott Blodon.
That's correct.
You were interested in learning whether these were just people sharing a house or whether there was some romantic linkage between the two of them?
I wouldn't say initially. Initially, we were concerned about where she might be. It wasn't my concern initially.
Sure. But I don't mean necessarily initially, but sort of in the early steps, one would try to ascertain, does this person have a boyfriend or, who is close?
Sure.
To her.
Absolutely.
So that was something you pursued a little bit as to Mr. Blodon. What's the nature of his relationship as a roommate?
Sure.
You learned about another fellow named Bradley Check. That first night, I think that's CZECH, is that?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. He was an acquaintance of Miss HALBACH. You learned that evening.
Yes.
Pursued whether there was a romantic.
I guess I have to step back for a second. I don't think it was that evening. I think it was the next day.
Okay, fair enough.
My recollection.
And if it's easier for you, we can work with November 3 and November 4 together.
That's fine.
Okay, early on.
Sure.
While this was a missing person investigation, so you learned about Mr. Check?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to, learn that his connection was to Miss HALBACH, at least in the early stages of this investigation?
I'm determined that it was both a business and personal relationship.
All right. And did you take any steps to pursue that aspect of the investigation further?
I spoke with Mr. Check, if that's what you're asking, yes.
Okay. And that was early on?
I believe that was on Friday the 4th.
Would that have been the last time, to your knowledge, as the case agent, that an interview was pursued with Mr. Check?
Without reviewing 1,080-some pages of just my reports, by mine, I mean Calumet County reports, I'm not willing to say that.
And that's just
Calumet's report. There's probably 600, 700, 800 of DCI reports, so I haven't memorized them all.
No, neither have I. And let's sort of pause on that. And just to give this jury some understanding of, the basic police work here, when you say your reports, the way the Calumet County Sheriff's Office works is that you folks really just run sort of a continuous flow of reports with one reporting officer adding on, essentially, to the foot of the previous reporting officer's report.
No, I wouldn't classify it that way. I would say numerically we do. I mean, if I have 5 pages of report and another detective comes in on the same case, it may start at number 6.
Right.
But his is not included in my report. His is a separate report, obviously.
Yes, that's exactly right. But the page number is sequential.
Yes.
So when you say the Calumet County Sheriff's Office report here is about 1,080 pages, that's what it is, pretty close to that, right? Up to date?
Yeah, I would say it's in that range.
And some of that you have actually authored, some of that others have authored,
Certainly.
but it just runs sequentially.
Numbers? Yes.
Right. And so there's just a huge amount of preparation of basic police reports that's gone on in this case, in your department.
Absolutely.
You have heard me cross-examine others about the purpose of police reports and,
Yes.
the training that goes into that. And I'm not going to repeat that, but that's what you folks have done.
Yes.
And then the DCI, Mr. Fassbender, and others working for the DCI have done sort of a parallel reporting process, correct?
They have done their own reporting process. I guess you could call it a parallel, sure.
Right. And they number their reports in sequence rather than paginating them in a sequence. But it's the same idea that it's a whole run of hundreds of pages of reports.
Yes.
And so at least you sit here today, I guess what you can say is that Bradley Check, you sort of talked to him and sort of set him aside pretty early on in the investigation, so to speak.
Well, if I could preface that answer, we talked to a lot of friends and acquaintances in a 2-day period, among other investigative things that we were doing.
Right.
Doesn't mean they weren't excluded at any point. It just means we got basic information and we can always come back to those people if we needed to do that, for whatever reason.
Right. Basic information, name, date of birth, address, phone number. How do we find this person?
Probably a little more than that. Have you seen Teresa? When was the
Right.
last time you saw Teresa?
Yeah, I know.
Things like that.
I'm just saying, as a starting point,
Certainly.
you get the information so you can come back to them.
Yes, sir.
And then it's what's your relationship? Have you seen her? When did you last talk to her? That kind of stuff.
Correct.
Okay. And so Check and Blowdown fell into that category early on, and then you had that in case you needed to go back to it.
Yes, actually, I know again, I can't say for sure, check, but I know Blowthorn had been talked to another time.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that during the course of this. But you are correct, but that's not how we do every missing person complaint.
Okay. And in this one, as you work back, you learned that Miss HALBACH had some plans, actually, for Saturday night, October 29, the Saturday before.
I believe so.
Halloween party or something like that.
My recollection, yeah. There was a holiday party type. I think maybe in Green Bay, but I don't recall without reviewing that report.
Right. And that's my recollection too. And as I sit here thinking of all these reports you talked about, I can't think of anyone who she was seeing at that party from whom you have ever heard.
Again, without going back and looking at all the reports, I can't think of anybody offhand.
Who popped up and said, hey, I saw her Saturday night at a party.
Again, when I think back on it, there was a multitude of people. Not only that we contacted, that contacted us and said, this is when I saw her last, or this is when I saw her last. I can't say specifically. Anybody told me they saw her at the Halloween party offhand.
Yeah. No. And I would tell you if I knew that, and I'm suggesting I don't. So at least presently, your recollection is the same.
My recollection is that without looking at the report, I can't say nobody told me that, but I don't recall anybody tell me that this was this very moment.
Right. And now we have heard how early on in the investigation you learned that there were to be appointments at the Zippers and the Averys or somebody at the Avery
Yes.
property. And Mr. Colburn goes out to the Avery property that very night, November 3rd.
She actually had, that we knew of, 3 appointments that day, and we sent an officer to, actually, I made a phone call to the police in our county,
Right.
and then requested Manitowoc County to look at the other 2 residents because it was in their jurisdiction. I also told them eventually that I would send a detective over to assist them with that.
All right. So 3.5 weeks ago, actually, the fellow in your county, we heard from Steve Schmitz.
Yes.
And then the Zipper residence was in Manitowoc County. The Avery residence was in Manitowoc County.
Yes.
And this is how the name Stephen Avery first gets attached to the missing persons investigation.
Yes.
I'm not now suggesting that this happened right away on November 3rd or November 4th, or I don't think it did. But one of the things you learned is that Mr. Avery had a girlfriend at that time named Jodie Stokowski.
That's correct.
You learned that she was serving a jail sentence right then.
Actually, I think I learned that several days after this all started. But at one point in this investigation, certainly.
Right, yeah.
I learned that.
And I want to make that clear. I'm sure we're some days after November 4th at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you learned that Mr. Kowski was doing a jail sentence at that point in Manitowoc County.
Yes.
And you knew, because of your, I guess now, 15 years in law enforcement and 13 plus then, that phone calls out of a jail are tape recorded.
I know ours were. Our system is only a few years old. I had no knowledge if Manitowoc's were at that point or not.
But you did learn, you came to learn as part of your investigation, that Mr. Kowski's phone calls out of the Manitowoc County Jail were on tape.
Certainly.
So you could go back and say to yourself, I wonder if she made any phone calls on October 31st, 2005. Specifically, I wonder if she called Mr. Avery.
You're asking me if we went back and looked?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
You did, and you found out that there were 2 telephone calls from Mr. Kowski in the jail to Mr. Avery the evening of October 31st, 2005?
That's correct.
You had a chance to listen to those?
I have.
I mean, you personally?
I have.
One of them you recall as being at 5:36 p.m.?
I can tell you there were 2 calls. I don't want to say what time they were because I don't recall what time they actually were made, but...
You don't have any reason to disagree that the first one was at 5:36 p.m.
I will take your word for it. I know it was early in the evening somewhere, but I can't say what time.
Subject to me being wrong, okay?
Sure.
Does 8:57 p.m. sound about right for the second phone call?
I know it was several hours after the first one.
Okay, and those calls had to go to a landline, so to speak, correct, from the jail?
Yes.
Because you have to call collect from a jail.
Yes.
And you can't call collect to a cell phone.
Some jails you can, using call cards. I don't know if Manitowoc is set up that way, but
In any event,
One of the ways, you either have to use a calling card or a call collect.
and specifically, you were able to learn that these calls were made to Mr. Avery's landline, if that's the right word for your phone in your house.
Yes, that's correct.
Each one was about 15 minutes long.
I believe so, because I think that's as long as those calls can go at 9 o'clock.
Okay, so you got to listen to those and confirm, and I don't get to put in anything Mr. Avery said, and I'm not trying to, okay? But you were able to say that Stephen Avery's voice and that's Jody Stakowski's voice on these two phone calls.
Yeah, I recognize the number. Certainly. That was called to Mr. Avery. Excuse me. Certainly, that the number that Mr. Avery picked up from, the number from the phone call. And eventually, I recognized his girlfriend's voice after meeting with her on other occasions. Certainly.
And you know Mr. Avery's voice, at least as you sit here today, you know his voice as well.
Certainly, yes.
And now, on November 5, it's Saturday, and the car gets found, and you folks go out to the Avery property, and you are sort of off and running at that point. One of the assignments you had, or you undertook that afternoon on Saturday, November 5, was to be the one to actually go and seek out a search warrant.
Yes.
And this was to be a search warrant for the Avery property in general, correct?
Yes.
But it also identified a couple of specific homes on the Avery property that particularly you wanted to search.
I believe so. I don't recall what at all that identified, but...
And here, I tell you what, I don't know that I even need to mark this, but I'm going to give it up to you because...
Sure.
You can look at it.
Thank you.
What I've handed you at this point unmarked, and Your Honour, if the court wants it marked with an exhibit number, I'm happy to do that. But I just thought it might help refresh your recollection to see the affidavit, the search warrant. That's what I've given you, right?
Yes.
And it's got your signature on the second page?
Certainly.
It's dated November 5, 2005.
Yes.
And when you want a court or a judge of a court to give you a search warrant, which is just judicial permission to search a place or a person, you have to apply for that warrant in front of the judge, true?
Yes.
And the application is called an affidavit, at least typically.
Yes.
An affidavit meaning because it's actually sworn on under oath.
That's correct.
So you were the person who swore out the affidavit here.
I did.
You got it about 3 in the afternoon from a Manitowoc judge.
I actually think it was about 3:25.
Okay, good enough. We're talking about the same search warrant.
Sure, yes.
And now that you have it, I think paragraph 4, if you give your first description of a specific home or residence that you want to search, and that's Stephen Avery's trailer home, true?
Yes.
Then if you continue on in paragraph 4, you also specifically next describe Barb Yander's trailer home.
Yes.
And then you go on to say, and the whole 40-acre parcel we want to search as well. And that has a number of other buildings and places to be searched.
It talks about the 40 acres described in the property.
Right.
Talks about the outbuildings, the vehicles.
And by 3:25 p.m. that Saturday, what you were saying under oath to Judge Fox was that you believed that Teresa HALBACH was the victim of crimes, including, among others, homicide.
Objection, Judge. It's a vague question, and it's also misleading. Did not include the requisite legal standard in which applications are presented to a court.
Well, I can.
Far different than what we are doing here in this trial, Judge.
No, and if that's the only concern, let's deal with that. You and I pretty easily, okay? To get a search warrant, you have to show something called probable cause,
Yes,
which is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
that's correct. Something lower than that?
It's not getting into a legal lecture. It's essentially a good reason, a reasonable basis to search a place or a person.
I would agree.
Okay. And so the actual language that you say in your affidavit in paragraph 7 is that you're saying you're affiant, which is a formal way of saying to a judge, me, I, right? And
Yes,
you are describing yourself as the affiant.
yes,
Okay. Affiant just being someone who makes out an affidavit.
you are correct.
So you were saying that you believe that, based upon Teresa's lack of contact with her employer and family members, and her vehicle being abandoned at the Avery Auto Salvage Yard, that Teresa HALBACH is the victim of a crime, including, but not limited to, and then you start with homicide.
Are you asking me? That's what it says?
Yes,
That's what it says.
right. And that's what you told Judge Fox in an effort just to establish probable cause.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay. So, I mean, in other words, at this point, although you don't know for sure, you think you have got probable cause by 3:25 on Saturday afternoon to believe that there's actual criminal activity up to and including homicide. And this is not just a missing persons investigation.
I know it's out of character for Teresa not to be home. I know it's out of character for Teresa's vehicle to show up on the Avery property, to be concealed on the Avery property.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to cover some things, I guess in a summary way. Investigator WIEGERT, drawing on your deep familiarity with this investigation as one of the 2 lead investigators.
Sure.
All right. You know that during the course of the investigation, up to today, you collectively now, I mean investigators, have not recovered anything identified as Teresa HALBACH's purse.
No, I don't know that.
Did you find a purse at her home?
No, but testimony from other witnesses, there was buckles, things like that, which could have come from a purse. I don't know if we were collected anything from the purse or not.
Yeah.
I can't say we haven't.
Okay.
Very possibly we have.
I was trying to be careful with the question. I mean, you don't know that you've recovered her purse.
I don't know if we have or if we haven't.
Okay. You are aware that a Toyota key was recovered?
Absolutely.
Was found?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Link said he found that key or was the first to see it?
Mr. Link found the key, yes.
And you have no other keys that you found in the course of this investigation, other than any you may have seen at Miss HALBACH's own house?
We found a lot of keys.
And specifically linked to Miss HALBACH?
None that we could specifically link to her, but we did find a lot of keys.
That turned out to be not connected to Teresa HALBACH.
I wouldn't say that. I don't know if they are or not. The best of our ability, we tried to determine if they were or not, and we haven't been able to determine that to this date.
All right.
What they are.
I mean, that is, you tried them in her front door or in her business, the lock on the door of her business?
There are some keys that we had recovered that we hadn't actually taken to. I believe it was where she coached volleyball at her church and attempted to use them there, and they did not work.
They did not work.
That's correct.
Didn't find a key that worked in the front door of her house.
No, not yet. No,
Or in her business.
no.
One of the men that you later were able to confirm that she visited and took a photograph of a car she had for sale on October 31st was this Steve Schmitz, whom we spoke about a few minutes ago.
Yes?
Mr. Schmitz, you learned, wrote a check for the Auto Trader Services.
I would have to see that report. I don't know how he paid. I think you're right. I recall seeing a check from him.
Yeah, I think he actually testified
That's possible.
to that. That's a check that you never found.
Could you be more specific? Never found, period?
It never turned up.
Not to my knowledge.
And you checked into this, so to speak, and found out that the check was never negotiated.
I believe, actually, now that you're talking about it, he had stopped payment on that check. I think it was his testimony, I believe.
And you learned that no one ever presented the check for payment or tried to cash the check?
Not that we have been made aware of.
At some point early on, and when I say early on, I mean in 2005, you were aware of an anonymous letter being found at the Green Bay Post Office addressed to the Manitowoc Sheriff?
Yes.
You have heard testimony about that, I think, a little bit today with Mr. Riddle?
That's correct.
That's a letter you saw at the time?
No, I did not see it at the time.
You didn't?
I haven't seen it since.
Okay.
But when it was brought back, I did not see it, no.
This was Exhibit 497. I will show you Exhibit 497.
Sure.
Specifically, 3 or 4 pages. It's a 5-page exhibit. When, roughly at least, was the first time you saw that letter?
I know that I heard that this letter was at the Green Bay Post Office. As a matter of fact, I think I made arrangements with one of our detectives to eventually get up there and pick it up. I think, if memory serves me correctly, we had Green Bay Police Department secure it for us.
So you are involved in assigning somebody to go get the letter?
Right.
And bring it back?
But I can't tell you exactly when I saw it. I don't recall.
Would it have been shortly after it came back to the Calumet County Sheriff's Office?
Again, I know I have seen it. I don't know exactly when, because commonly when things come back, if the officer needs to put that into a short-term storage, then I don't have access to that. So I probably didn't see it that very day, would be my guess.
You do know that later on in 2006, you saw it in the property room at your sheriff's office?
Yes.
You are not aware of anything having been pursued on the letter between the first time you saw it and then the next time you saw it in 2006 in the property room?
Well, again, I don't know dates, but I would disagree with you. There was things pursued about it.
Oh, and what did you pursue on the letter?
I think that one of the DCI agents testified this morning that they had looked into the smelter and determined that had nothing to do with this case.
Well, actually, and I was here and the jury you were speaking about Mr. PEVYTOE.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll let the jury decide what they heard. But I think what he said is he looked in, felt around and took nothing, saw nothing of evidentiary value and took nothing from inside the smelter.
I think that's a mischaracterization. I know we're getting into what the jury remembers, and I'm just interposing that objection because he did testify as to whether or not it was recently used or not.
I think he's asking the witness if that's a witness recollection.
Okay.
And we can step off that because what another witness says is really not the point here.
Sure.
Other than Mr. PEVYTOE looking at the aluminium smelter, doing what he described himself in the same chair you're in, is there anything else you did in pursuit of the letter marked as Exhibit 497 before sending it to Mr. Riddle in 2006?
No, I don't know what else could have been done with it.
Did you personally ever see the aluminium smelter during the week, roughly, that you were out at the Avery property November 5 through November 12, 2005?
I don't believe so, and if I saw it, I probably wouldn't have known what it was, so.
You didn't make a point in going to the smelter?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to stick for the time being during that same week.
Sure.
While you are spending basically all or most of your waking hours out at the Avery property that week, right?
That's correct, yes.
You learned on Saturday, November 5, that one of the human remains dogs had alerted strongly on or neither the Yander burn barrels?
As well as by Teresa's vehicle, yes.
Right. And there had been other alerts, for that matter, down in the pit or in cars near the vehicle, near the Toyota.
Sure.
But you learned there was a strong alert near one of the Yander burn barrels or that area.
I know that there was an alert. I can't say if it was strong or not. I don't have any knowledge of how the dogs actually alerts. For the most part, I know there was an alert. I can tell you that.
You learned that some burnt bone fragments later were found in one of the barrels.
Yes.
You also were aware that there were several sites off the Avery property, but in that general part of the world where possible bone fragments were found and looked at.
I know there were other sites. You would maybe want to call them dumping areas, where maybe something was there that resembled. I will give you an example. There was a gravel pit where one of these searchers had found that they thought might be a foot, and it turned out to be a piece of insulation that was burned. So there were a lot of those false things that were going on, certainly.
Well, and not all of them false in the sense that.
I think the vast majority were.
Okay. And then there were several. One, for example, was in the Michaels Quarry or to the east of the Avery property.
I'm aware of one that I can say that the doctor said that there was possible human bone or bone that was there, but that's the one I'm aware of.
East. Is this the one east of the Avery property or the one southwest?
I don't recall which one it was.
Okay. But at least one of them resulted in bone fragments, human or non-human, but bone fragments and other debris, if you will, being sent to Dr. Leslie Leisenberg.
Yes, and to my recollection, she determined she didn't know for sure what it was, human or non-human.
And again, we have her testimony to rely on for that.
Absolutely.
Rather than your recollection or mine.
Certainly.
But that at least, do you remember that being the site that was southwest of the Avery property?
My recollection of it is the map you showed today. Now, if that was exactly the one, I would not be able to tell you that.
You personally never went there?
No, I did not.
You were involved, if I recall correctly, because I think you were in one of the pictures in the search on tarps through debris at the crime lab in December of 2005.
Yes, I was present. I think for one day of that, yes.
That was a 2-day project in December of 2005 and then 2 more days. But I think back in the Calumet Sheriff's Office in March 2006. Does that sound right?
Sounds pretty close to it, yes.
You were involved only in 1 day and then in December at the crime lab.
I was involved in a day at the crime lab, and I would say maybe a day back here later on in that year.
Okay. One of the reasons for that was to be combing through looking for pieces of metal or other, I guess, bone fragments would have been of interest. Anything that might look important or possibly important in going through that debris.
Yes, absolutely.
At least 2 rivets were found in that debris.
5 rivets.
5 rivets?
Yes, at this date we have that. To this date we have 5 rivets identified as Daisy Fuentes rivets.
Okay. And that's why it's useful to have you as a lead investigator here, so.
Thank you.
No. I mean you have got sort of the overview of things.
Yes, I would. Probably better than some other people, yes.
Right. So 5 Davy Fuentes rivets, no Daisy Fuentes metal button.
5 rivets. A zipper? No, I don't believe we even found, if you're talking about the main button.
Yeah, on a pair of jeans.
I don't believe we ever recovered that. And there were some eyelets that looked like they came from a shoe. Actually, they were recovered.
Okay. And the zipper was not something that said Daisy Fuentes.
No, my recollection is it had the initials YKK on it.
Mine too, or something like very close to that. I think it was YKK too. That's my recollection too, which you learn is a very large zipper manufacturer.
Yes, sure, yes.
So that zipper, you never were able to link to any special pair of jeans or coats or any other garments?
I can tell you it matched the one on the jeans which we had brought into court. Same holes, same letters, everything. I can tell you.
But again, it's a larger zipper manufacturer which makes lots and lots of sort of generic zippers.
The initials on there, yes. Where the holes are in the same place on all pants, I don't have that.
Right. Okay. Same week, one of the places you did personally get to was Stephen Avery's garage.
I know I had been down to the garage that week. We were out there, yes. I don't know what day for sure, but I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
I could probably show you a report, although I'm not sure you and I really have any dispute over this. If I suggested to you that November 12 is the day you folks pulled up stakes
Sure,
and stopped,
yes.
and you ended that search, so to speak, of the whole property.
Yes, we did.
You and Mr. Fassbender did a final sort of walkthrough on at least some of the sites on that property.
As best we could. We felt it was our responsibility to know the condition of it when we left, because we were the lead agents on that case. That's correct.
You knew that earlier in the week, I mean this 7 or 8 day period you folks were out there, that shell casings had been found in the garage on the floor.
I know that some were found. I don't know what day, but yes, it had to be earlier than the 12th, correct?
Turns out to be 11 brass shell casings,
Yes,
.22 caliber.
yes.
You had told investigators, people involved in actually searching the garage in your role as a lead investigator, you had told folks, in essence, where there are cartridge shells, there may be bullets.
Did I specifically tell somebody that? No.
You understood that they would be looking for bullets.
I can't testify to what they understood. They were to look for all sorts of evidence. Would that be included in there? If they knew what they were looking for? Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, did you try to assign people who you thought knew what they were looking for?
I would think I would know what I'm looking for, but I wouldn't know what a spent bullet would look like.
I guess my question is, did you try to assign people who you thought would know what they were looking at?
I assigned people that I trusted as evidence technicians to do the job.
All right. And you would expect, if they had recognised a bullet or a fragment of a bullet in the garage, you would have expected somebody to have said this may be important enough to pick up.
If they, in fact, had saw it and recognized what it was, absolutely, I'm sure they would have.
All right. And you were satisfied by the time you did that final walkthrough with Mr. Fassbender that the garage had been searched as thoroughly as reasonably possible?
I was satisfied that the people who were searching the garage had did the best job they could under the circumstances.
Did a walkthrough yourself, saw nothing that you recognised as being possibly important as evidence?
I don't know if I did walk through the garage. I went down to the garage. I know I walked into the house trailer. I can't say that. I don't believe I did walk through the garage, just to the best of my recollection.
Okay, but you were satisfied that where the searching productively could have been done had been done by that time?
To the best of their ability at the time, I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, and let's be clear, ultimately it was a law enforcement decision on when to turn this property back over to the Avery family, right?
It certainly was. And I wish I could have had another 3 weeks to move everything out of every garage, every air compressor, every refrigerator, go through every part of that salvage yard with a fine-tooth comb. I would have loved to have, but it's not feasible.
All right, so you made a decision that Saturday morning, November 12th was the day?
Yes, because, for several reasons. We did the best we could in the time period. The Averys had a business to run. We already put them out for a week, and it was hard. It was a hard decision to make, to be honest with you.
Was that a business that at some point you, in an unguarded moment, said you wanted to shut down?
No, I don't ever remember saying that.
Now, in any event, you knew that when you turned the property back over to the people who lived and worked there, you would lose control over the property. That's obvious.
Certainly.
Law enforcement would.
Yes.
People would come and go as they pleased.
I would think that. I don't know if people come and go as they please. The Averys would assume back their responsibility for the residents and business.
Right. And customers would come to the business.
I'm sure.
People would live in their houses, use their garages, that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Two of the people, I don't know that you personally had contact with either one. You may have, I don't know. But two of the people whom investigators working under your joint direction with Mr. Fassbender met and had contact with that week were Bobby Dassey and Scott Taddick.
Could you ask the question again? I'm not sure what you're asking.
It got pretty long. Someone, during the week you were out searching the Avery property, had contact with Bobby Dassey and Scott Taddick?
I believe so. I know somebody had contact with Bobby on Saturday already.
It's Saturday the 5th, the first Saturday.
That's correct, yes.
You personally didn't have any contact that you remember with Bobby Dassey or Scott Taddick that week?
Not to my recollection, no. I don't believe I personally have. But I know that there was another investigator who actually talked to Bobby from our department. That I know, but I don't know about Mr. Taddick.
Okay. Now, you did learn in the source of your work as a lead investigator here that Bobby and Scott each sort of were the only one who could say the other was going deer hunting the afternoon of October 31st.
No, I don't know that. That's true. That I can say that they were the only ones who knew they were going deer hunting. No, I can't say that. I know they passed each other on the road, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
That I know.
I mean, Bobby said, I passed Scott. Scott said, yeah, I passed Bobby. And each says, I'm going deer hunting. And the other guy is going deer hunting that you know?
I know they passed each other on the road. I know they were going hunting. Yes.
Or that's what they said.
Yes.
Did you also, I guess, learn that Mr. Taddick had not gone to work on October 31st?
Did I know that? Is that what you're...
Yeah, did you learn that during the course of your investigation?
I learned that he'd been to visit his mother in the hospital in Green Bay. Yeah, I did hear that.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Anybody ever check whether the mother was in fact in the hospital or had an operation?
I don't believe so. I just know that people had. That we eventually asked Barb the same thing, and Barb had, which is his girlfriend or wife now.
Right, girlfriend then.
She had verified that that's where he was, and that she eventually, I believe, went up there with him, to my recollection.
She goes up for an evening trip.
I believe she said so, yes.
Right, okay. Anyone ever asked Bobby why, if he was going deer hunting, he would have taken a shower right before going deer hunting?
Again, I didn't interview Bobby, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
You don't remember whether he was...
I don't know if anybody asked him why he took a shower. No, I don't.
Let's move forward then. The next time you were on the Avery property is about 4 months later, March 2006, at least on to search.
Yes, certainly.
And another search warrant.
That's correct.
And we're talking about the first 2 days of March 2006.
I believe it was the 1st and 2nd of March. We were back out there.
Now, this was a more focused search, if you will, in terms of the actual physical area you were searching.
Yes, we had developed new information on the case, and we acted on that information.
And what you were searching this time was Stephen Avery's garage and Stephen Avery's trailer. And then I think probably the Yander house as well, correct?
We had a search warrant, again, based on new information that was learned in the case, for Mr. Avery's trailer, Mr. Avery's garage, and Barbara Yander. I don't recall what her last name is. I will refer to her as Yander, as at the time had given us a verbal permission to enter her house. I think we might have even had written permission from her, so wasn't even included in the search warrant, but she had given us permission.
Okay.
To go in there.
The point is, this isn't a search of the whole 40 acres again. This is some specific areas that were in the northwest corner.
For specific areas spelled out in the search warrant, which was granted to us.
Now, by that time, 4 months into the investigation, essentially, did you have sufficient evidence technicians available to you in the Calumet Sheriff's Office and the DCI to conduct the search of Mr. Avery's garage and the search of his trailer in March 2006?
I probably can't answer that yes or no. I would probably have to expand on that a little bit.
Okay. Who invited the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department back to help in that search?
Matter of fact, I notified Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department because it is their jurisdiction, and I feel it's my duty that they know what we're going out to the Avery property.
Okay. And that's certainly courteous, but who invited Manitowoc County Sheriff's personnel to help search and collect evidence in the garage and the trailer in March 2006?
I believe that we utilized Detective Rimica, and it was a joint decision between Mr. Aspender and myself, and I stand by that decision.
Okay. Was Detective Remica the only Manitowoc officer, to your knowledge, that you used
Searching?
in the March search?
If you're talking about the physical searching,
Yes.
that is my recollection, yes.
Now let's move forward, finally, to the blood vial.
Sure.
It's sitting there in front of you. In fact, you knew, just from watching TV, I guess, back in November of 2005, that Mr. Avery, personally, was saying, if my blood is in the Toyota, someone must have put it there, or words to that effect.
You know something to that effect? Again, I couldn't say, but yeah, there was something to that effect. Where he would talk about planting it or something, I recall.
Yeah, sure. And in fact, you were standing probably closer to Mr. Kratz than I'm standing to you at a news conference in November of 2005, where you heard Mr. Kratz.
Object. It's irrelevant. My comments in this case are irrelevant.
I'm not at all sure they are, given the direct examination here.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
You were aware of the agents of the state back in November of 2005 publicly ridiculing the claim that law enforcement officers would be walking around with vials of Mr. Avery's DNA. You were aware of that, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I agree with that.
But you also know that a clerk of court's office is a public office, right?
It's open. The lobby is open to the public.
Right.
That's true.
It keeps public records.
Yes.
Court records.
Uh-huh.
These are available to be looked at for These are available to be looked at for the asking for any member of the public who comes to the counter at the clerk's office.
I assume so, yes.
And you know that. I mean, there's a clerk of court's office right across the hall in this building, isn't there?
Yes.
Sure. And you, as a law enforcement officer, interact with the clerk's office from time to time.
No, I can't honestly say in my 14 years here, other than when I'm on the stand, in the court office, I don't interact with the clerk of court.
Don't you file returns for search warrants?
That's about the only thing I do. From the front window, yes. I mean, that's mine. If you're saying that's interaction, yes, you are correct. That would be the extent of my interaction.
I should not use 69-cent words, but I mean, you go there yourself to file a return for a search warrant.
Yes, that would be the extent of my interaction.
Okay. And you were aware from very near the beginning of this investigation that Mr. Avery had this lawsuit pending against Manitowoc County.
Certainly I was aware of that, yes.
For the wrongful conviction.
Against Manitowoc County? Certainly.
Right, against Manitowoc County. But as I understand you in pursuing this, look for, does Manitowoc County have his DNA somewhere? Neither you nor anyone under your direction ever just went to the clerk of court's office to look at the old case file.
I did not, and I would never think of looking in the case file for blood. And I don't know that anybody else probably would either. unless they had some knowledge of it being there.
Okay, so didn't have knowledge of it being there, but we looked, and that's how you found out, right?
I would think you would probably have more knowledge of it being Mr. Avery's attorney than I would, because obviously he knew this blood was wrong.
Going to interpose an objection. That's providing testimony.
Yeah, I don't think this line of questioning is proper. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Ask that be stricken. Mr. Strang's testimony or comment.
We'll strike the question, the comment and the answer. The court will order that it be stricken.
You did not, in any event, go to the clerk's office until after receiving notice that the defence had found this box that we have seen.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, and then, as you said before, you were one of a group of people from the prosecution and the defence who were there when the styrofoam box was opened.
Yes, I was.
In fact, I was about the only person who wasn't there.
Yes, I think Mr. Buren was there, I believe.
All right, and we have already played we played all of Exhibit 470, and I just want to go back to part of that.
Let's take a stretch break while he's doing that. Just in terms of timing, how long are you looking at?
Another 90 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we're going to do it this way. Come on over.
Sure.
What I have got is Exhibit 470 here. Now, the jury can't see this, but look upside down. This is the blood vial that you saw when you guys went and looked and videotaped this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that say right there on the manufacturer label?
There's some numbers, and it says EXP March 90 something, I can't say.
March 96.
96 or 98, I can't tell.
Okay, you can go back. You are not Mike's. Same tube, right? Inside here?
I believe so. I would need to look at it.
Sure.
Looks like the same tube.
Yeah. Now, somebody has written initials over that last digit, but EXP is, you recognise that as a common abbreviation for expiration, right?
Objection. Speculation, Judge. I don't know that he has a foundation for that on a purple top tube.
There would have to be a foundation for the witness to answer the question.
Did you ever buy Advil or Pepto-Bismol or anything at the grocery store that has an expiration date?
I'm sorry, Judge. I am going to interpose an objection. I don't know that that applies to this case.
I agree. I don't think it would be that simple to lay a foundation for this witness to be qualified to answer.
In any event, what you see is EXP, and then a space, and then March 96 or 98, whatever the last digit is.
Yeah, 9 something, along with a lot of other writing, but that's one of the things.
Somebody has written initials on that now, right?
Initials, Stephen Avery's name. There's a lot of writing on this tube.
Okay, all right. You can pop it back in now. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, not for this witness.
Very well. The witness is excused. Do we have any exhibits that require action?
496 from the state, that was the flashcard.
We would offer that, Judge. Actually, before the close of the case, wanted to have an accounting of things, but that's notwithstanding. We do know that the flashcards we are moving.
Any objection?
There is no objection to Exhibit 496.
Very well, that exhibit is admitted. Mr. Kratz, anything from the state before we adjourn for today?
Not from the state, for today, Judge. There is something outside the presence of the jury I would like to address with the court, but nothing further at this time.
Is it something that requires the jury to come back?
Not today, Judge.
We can just take a brief sidebar.
Sidebar.
Okay.
Deal with that.
We'll do that. Alright, the record will reflect that I just met with the attorneys to talk about the stipulation, which I understand we're going to be hearing in a minute. before we send the juries home for the day. Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, subject to the state offering and the court ruling on exhibits, which I believe, or which the state believes, will be appropriately part of the record in the state's case in chief. At this time, the state intends to rest.
Okay, and those are exhibits have already been marked, correct?
That's right, Judge.
But the state may be requesting the admission of some exhibits that have not been admitted yet, and subject to that, the state is resting.
That's right, Judge.
First, Mr. Strang, does the defence have any objection to that procedure?
We do not. We understand that the state has rested and that there may be some housekeeping to do on exhibits already marked and identified in the state's case in chief. No objection to that.
And I further understand that the parties are requesting that the court to consider matters outside the presence of a jury, which would result in not needing the jury until tomorrow afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Kratz.
Unless they object, Judge, yes.
Members of the jury, I'm not going to ask you if you would like to sit around all morning tomorrow before we get started, so let's do this. How about if we have you meet at the normal location for the bus at 12:30 tomorrow, and we'll bring you back for a session just tomorrow afternoon. I probably should have asked. I don't know the transportation arrangements for this morning. Does that pose a problem for any member of a jury? Very well then. Robbie, I will ask you to notify the bus people of that change, and you are excused for today. I will remind you again not to discuss the matter or look at anything on TV, radio or any other media, and I will see you tomorrow, sometime around 1:15 or so. You may be seated. Counsel. Then, I would like to see you in chambers for just a couple of minutes before we leave today.